2, 1. Let's try that and see whether the recording doesn't start me off mid-sentence. Hey babe, I need you to just move over a little bit. Move over. I'm going to move and I don't want to hurt my girl. Oh, okay. Tina's okay. Of course Tina's okay. Good afternoon or evening, peoples of the interwebs, depending on your location. I guess some of you, it could be morning already, could it? Australia? Where are you? About 8 hours ahead of me? Some parts? I guess that would put you at tomorrow. Okay, folks. You want to have chat open and you need to customize chat. You need to set the settings to live chat. All messages are visible. And then we will begin. This is Jack Attack, so it's probably a joke. I haven't read it. It's jumping already, that's a good start. During the last eclipse, someone told me that I would have a better view if I looked at it through a colander, but all I managed to do was strain my eyes. 3 cheers to Jack Attack for the... Yeah, I heard the colander thing actually, that's been going around a lot from actual science people. I prefer the single pinhole camera idea myself, but tramp in a field, don't have a drawing pin, don't have bright white sheets of paper. I don't know if you knew this about tramps, but bright white sheets of paper aren't something that you have lying around for very long. Thinking about it, I would have thought if you could make the hole, keep the hole small but deeper. So going through something like if you could put 2 or 3 sheets of cardboard together and punch the same single hole through, you should get a more focused, would you? Now you got to secure those sheets of cardboard so those 3 holes stay exactly in line. So I would suggest 3 or 4 sheets of cardboard, quite thick, all exactly the same size, bit of duct tape or sellotape, whatever, hold them all together firmly, and then punch 1 small single hole through them. And because the light, it's going to be dimmer, because you're going to lose any light that would have hit the insides of the hole are going to disappear, but the light that does make it through the longer tunnel should be more focused, shouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Didn't it? I'm sure Mr. Newton back in the day would have Sir Isaac, I should say, shouldn't I? I'm sure Sir Isaac would have thought of this and played with it before he started sticking pins into his eyes and doing all sorts of other things to try and mess about with optics. That guy went a bit extreme. Sticking pins through your eyes and in your eye sockets and things. Sir Isaac, maybe don't do that. Maybe just watch the apple fall from the fucking tree. You don't need... He was the beginning of spectroscopy and all the other things we do with light. But, oh, it's a deeper single hole. Yeah. Did I miss the eclipse? No, we've got another, there's an hour and, is it an hour and a quarter before it starts here. I think the UK get about 20 minutes later, maybe. I said something last night that turns out was wrong. I said it would travel east to west, and somehow it doesn't. And that's still got me baffled. I'm still trying to work out the mechanics of it. Now, it's about the Earth's rotation and the Moon's orbit, and the Moon and the Earth, the Moon orbits in the same direction that the Earth rotates. So it's going to be coming west to east. And that's where the shadow falls. So it starts off somewhere in North America or the Arctic, or somewhere high up, North America, Greenland, and then it comes down. I think, I got a bit confused with it. That might mean the UK gets it before us, but then we've got the time zone difference to try and take into account when I'm looking at the timings and the numbers. It comes down through Spain and then it peters out somewhere in the Mediterranean, and then the shadow's gone because the moon has moved past the sun. Except The moon rises every night in the east and goes to the west. I don't get it. It's got my brain scrambled. Unless I've read something where somebody else has misunderstood it and I'm taking their knowledge at face value. I don't know, folks. Let me just, a couple of things. Oh no. I was going to turn up the brightness on my screen. It's at 100%. I've got the adaptive brightness on. I can't see hardly anything on my screen. I can't see me, even. Let's get the preliminaries over with. Down here, she's actually underneath me right now and within arm's reach for once. Here's a Tina doggy darling. Hey babe, can I get you this way on and try and show you something? I've got no idea whether that's, is she on screen? I'm picking my phone up and just pointing it in the general direction. Hello babe, hello you. You know daddy loves his girl and always will. Forever and always. Yeah. Are you going to have a drink of water? Tina water. Lots of water. Yeah. Okay. Rah. Okay, babe. As usual, folks. As usual. I don't think she's too interested in talking to you. I do apologise. I don't think she understands. She just sees the shiny black oblong. Black mirror, as it were. Scrolling. Did I miss the eclipse? Not yet. Ooh, deeper single hole. Tara's here again. Hello, Tara. Hello, hello. Hold on. Nah, not calling Sir. Oh, Sir Isaac is a giant amongst men. I will call him whatever he would deign to be called. So much of the modern world is based upon Sir Isaac Newton. Time zones. He was the first master at the Greenwich Observatory, I believe. The first one. When we drew the line, the zero degree line of latitude, that could well have been him. I don't remember, but it travels right through right past the Greenwich Observatory, the Greenwich Meridian. That is why we have GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. Sir Isaac, I think. For 400 years, maybe a bit less, 330 or so years, his laws of motion reigned supreme, with the one outlier being Mercury that didn't quite follow the rules. And investigating why Mercury didn't follow the rules couldn't be predicted, or the Newton's equations of motion didn't quite, they were close, but not quite. They were always off by a little bit. And some guy called Albert set about trying to find out why. You know the one? Little German bloke, frizzy hair. We all know the one. Tara says, hey Tina Doggo. Tina says woof, don't you darling? Say woof back to Tara. Ruff ruff. You're not gonna say it. She says no, fuck you. No, she doesn't. She just looked at me blankly. It's okay, babe. I got this. An artist painted so surreal a picture. I said, were you taking drugs? He went ape, saying he hates and has fear of drugs. Next day he calmed down. Okay. Yeah, surrealist pictures. Some of them can be quite clever. Who's the Belgian bloke? René Magritte. René Magritte draws a picture of a pipe. Or was it an apple? Hold on. No, it's a picture of a pipe. And he writes under, so he draws an easel with a picture of a pipe, and under the easel he writes, this is not a pipe. And he's right, it's not. It's a picture of a pipe. It's not a picture of a pipe. I think he's funny. Rennie Magritte I find funny. Cubism and that other bloke where he draws a woman's face, splits it up into bits and shuffles it around. Like one of those tile games where you have to shuffle the pieces into a fucking place. And even then it wouldn't have looked like anybody. What was he called? That was Picasso, wasn't it? Oh! It's jumping like crazy. I've got you twice there, Jasper. Oh no, Artist says he had so much going on in his head, that's why he painted strange works. I said you ought to paint nudes. He said you like nudes, so I get another free painting. Gustav Klimt, or Picasso was the cubist one I was going for. Rennie Magritte was the more surrealist one I was going for. Look, working class lad from a village out on the outskirts of Barnsley. I'm not exactly God's gift to art and art appreciation. I don't know much. I know what I like, and that's about it. Well, there's two. I know what I like, and I can tell when it's pornography. Because there's an old maxim in law, isn't there? It's difficult to define pornography, but I know it when I see it. It's an old, probably from the 50s or 60s, probably a UK court case, probably Lady Chatterley's Lover, because that was banned for many a year, wasn't it? You can't define what is pornographic. Well, I'll know it when I see it. I had a shock earlier, folks. I was just taking a pee in the hedge. I've still got my piss pot inside the tent. It's in an area now. I've got so many things laying on the floor. It's in an area I struggle to get to, and I've now added 3 mouse traps on the floor along there. And I don't want to get it wrong. Get your foot in wrong and lose a toe. So I've been relaxing outside. I just finished. I just zip up and turn around, and a white car comes past, and then I see it's got the fucking blue lights on top. I assume this is in relation to yesterday morning's events. If you were here yesterday, I relayed the story of a lady absolutely shrieking as she hobbled up the road, and I mean hobbled literally. Something was wrong with her walking. Whether it was an injury to her right leg, whether it was an injury more groinal, and there was an Asian man shouting after her from his car. I have my theories. They're not good, but I thought the police would have interviewed me by now. If it was serious, I would have expected, like, she ran past here, up there, and reported it up at the petrol station, the Repsol garage. So when I saw the police come down, my first reaction was head down, fuck off inside. Partly because I'd just been pissing in the bush, but partly just because me and the police isn't a combination that ever works out. By the way, speaking of the police, the guy with the baseball bat, with a little Chinese looking copper that was trying to arrest him, released with no further charge at 10:30 at night from a police station in an area he didn't know. So you're arrested early afternoon outside a fucking sports shop where you've just bought a baseball bat. It's still in the wrapper. Everyone's shouting, it's still in the packaging, it's still in the packaging. I've got a receipt, I've only just bought it. That's all the evidence. The copper should have said to say, oh, sorry, sir, and let him go. But no, he maced him, and then 12 other cops come steaming in and start beating up other members of the public who are getting angry around them. And it's all very impressive, isn't it? And then they let him go in the middle of the night at a police station X number of miles away in an area that he doesn't know. Because that's what you do, innit? They did that. You remember the one where a couple had a special needs child in a school, and they'd been arguing with the school. The headmaster had left and they were appointing a new headmaster, and they didn't recruit from within. They didn't follow their own processes either for recruiting from outside. They just appointed somebody out of the blue. And these people were liaising with the school, like communicating with them, saying what's going on. And somehow the school reported them for harassment, even though they'd never said anything violent, never anything threatening. They were just arguing their case. They got arrested at like early in the morning, like 8 o'clock in the morning. They got released at something like 1:30 in the morning from a police station 30 miles from home, with no money on them and no way of getting home. That is British policing. I got to try and find out how charged my phone is, because my screen's just gone very down, 42%, and I can't see a fucking thing. I'm scrolling. Jasper knows Gustav Corbet, or Corbett, depending on pronunciation. I hate as well when people say pronunciation. You pronounce a word, but pronunciation is how you pronounce pronunciation. If I hear pronunciation, I know that I'm looking at an uneducated or lesser educated person. Jasper likes Fendi. I don't know any of these people. Wow, the Spanish police actually trying to do something. Well, look, I mean, it's entirely possible. It's a coincidence that we're coming to the park on the cliff tops and just have a park for half an hour. I mean, that is an observed phenomenon that has happened. And I've got to be careful here, folks. I had the sombrilla, the parasol, protecting me on the table. But then I realised it wasn't protecting Tina. So I had to move it an extra half a yard that way. Half a yard, half a metre, same thing. Yards and metres, folks. If you're, in terms of human distances, if we're not being like scientifically fucking precise, Americans don't get this. They have yards and they don't even use them. If ever you listen to Americans, something's 500 feet away, and you're like, why don't you say it's 166 yards away? What's with... You've got yards, you use them in American football. So I know that you know what a yard is, that a yard is 3 feet, but they don't fucking use them even though they've got them. Listen to Americans talk, they only use feet. Fuck knows how many feet the moon is away. No, they do use miles when it comes to bigger distances. Approximately 250,000. On the bringing things back to eclipse type situations. 250,000. I did this on the back of an envelope calculation without even a pen and an envelope yesterday, didn't I? When I thought that it was 40 times, and I realised it wasn't, it was 400 times. The sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's 400 times further away, and that's why they cancel out and we get eclipses. And in 60 million years' time, we won't get total eclipses anymore. I'm looking forward to it. If I'm still here in 60 million years, I shall comment on the fact it's not how it used to be. Should have had it put in a box, it's shop's fault. Hold on. I've lost track of the conversation there somewhere. Or you've maybe posted a message intended for somewhere else and you've posted it here. I have no idea, Jasper. You got me, mate. Either give me context, or I should have had it put in a box. It's the shop's fault. I did this once a couple of weeks ago. I was multitasking, and I was watching one guy's video, and then I scrolled, and I was in the comments or something. Then a private message came in, and I tried to respond, and I ended up responding in the guy's comments and totally baffled him. Sorry, Steve. I had to explain myself after. Whoops, you've never done that. You're watching someone's video and you're either in a live stream and you post it in the chat, or you do it in the comments of a video, and it was intended for Messenger. I'm sure most of us have done it, or at least got close. Oh, the baseball bat. Should have put it in a box. I guess now, I would expect from now on, that baseball manufacturer is probably going to put it in a box. Yeah. Rather than just wrapping it in cellophane. Because, you know, it's not illegal. It's not illegal to carry a set of knives if you've just bought them. The law is it's illegal to carry things without just reason. So let's say that you're camping out in the wilds and you have a knife strapped to your belt because you're cutting ropes, you're doing things, you're doing the woodcrafty stuff, and you feel it would be unsafe to just leave your knife lying around in camp in case someone else just came into your tent and stole your knife. So you either have it strapped to your belt or put it in your pocket and you walk off into town. Is that good reason to be carrying a knife? I would say it was quite a sensible choice. Now, if you're brandishing it and walking through the streets waving the blade around and threatening somebody, then I say pop pop. Actually, I say pop pop pop, two to the body, one to the head, but that's... We're paying for all these armed police and they never fire a fucking shot. And you know when they do, 3/4 of the shots miss. You look at the stats on police shooting incidents. It's woeful. It's woeful. The number of misses. They're firing at like 10 and 20 yards and they're missing like shit. They're missing like 80% of their shots. But look at the incidents we have where they never even fire the shot. Guys walking through the centre of town swinging a shovel at people. Pop, pop, pop. And I want 3 hits out of 3. I don't want any fucking messing. 2 to the body, and as he slumps, 1 to the head. I don't want him getting back up and having one last swing of the shovel and taking the cop's head off. We're paying for armed police. The cost of a fucking bullet is minuscule compared to the training those guys have. I used to know a bloke. 1 or 2. He was telling me how nowadays with modern houses, so he says, look, you're inside a house and a guy's in a room and you've got a shotgun and you want to take, you got the doors closed, locked in front of you. What do you do? And I'm like, well, the obvious thing would be the hinges, pop, pop, with a shotgun, hinge gone, hinge gone. He says, no, through the wall. Because modern houses have like American style walls made out of cardboard and, you know, think Barrett homes. He said, no, now they train them, just 2 or 3 shots in the wall, push it through, and that's how you enter a room with a locked door. You don't bother messing about with trying to take out hinges. How long ago was that? That would have been just this side of 2000. I don't remember how many years. 2002, 2003 maybe. Anyway, I've gone off on one because I do. Should have put in a box, Trump's fault. It should come in a box, shouldn't it? Even so, I mean, the guy wasn't going straight home with it, which is a slight wrinkle in his argument, but he's been released without charge anyway, so... baseball bat. I like Austrian artist Peter Fendi. Yeah, I'd have to look him up. What about a killer peacock? Peacocks are vicious. Lancaster University, we had lots of peacocks roaming the grounds. That noise that they make. Well, we had let me correct myself. We had lots of peafowl roaming the grounds. Mainly peahens. You don't need many... Hold on, I don't think they... Oh, I'd have to look it up. Are they like chickens? You only need one cock for all the hens. Terminology. I don't think they breed. I don't think they pair for life, do they? I'm trying to remember now. But they made an awful noise all around campus, and they could be a menace when they got. So we had all these fields around the campus, lots of fields and football fields and cricket pitches and rugby pitches. We had all of that, all the sports, the running track on grass. We had all of that. A lake. It's all very nice. I never had any time for it. I was either studying there or going home. Or, as I said a couple of episodes ago, my wife was in hospital for an amount of time at one point while I was there. So I didn't get any of that. And I was a few years older than everyone else. A few years older than most. So didn't really mix, didn't socialise, didn't do the bars and the drinking and the picnicking next to the lake. Probably should have. I probably should have made more of an effort in that direction. Oh, but then the one time that I did try and socialise with people, because I was around younger people, I was kind of behaving a little bit more young, a little bit more reckless, a little bit more immature. Then this girl turns around to me and says, "You're a lot more immature than other blokes I know your age." Okay. The other blokes you know that are my age aren't hanging around with people your age. Maybe with the exception of you, but they're not hanging around with gangs of them in a fucking college environment, university environment. Scrolling, let's keep going. Next they'll be arresting old lady with rolling pin, frying pan, set of steak knives, garden rake, spade, shovel, garden fork, all of the above. He was shouting at the bloke all along, "I've got a receipt, I've just bought it. It's still in its wrapping. Look." And the guy was fucking spraying. It's not mace or pepper spray. They have another one now that's weaker, but did you know some people are immune to the was it the mace or the pepper spray? Black belt barrister was saying he used to be a special constable, and in his training they had to be sprayed with it to it might have been CS gas back in the day. One of these things anyway, he got sprayed with, and all his colleagues are rolling on the floor fucking damaged, and he's just like, "When do we begin? Have you done it yet? What's going on?" Turns out some people are totally immune to some of these sprays. Okay folks, we have, if I check the time, 7 o'clock. Is it 7:45 it's supposed to start? I'm not sure what we'll see initially because I can't look at the sun directly. I do point the camera at it, but it all just blurs out so you don't see anything. I haven't got a pinhole camera type set up. So all we're going to experience here on this channel today is when we get to 97, 98% totality, we'll get a darkening. And then we should get maybe a 5 minutes brightening, and then it's sunset anyway. There are a few clouds around, so we might not get a good view of anything even if there was a view to be had. But we'll get the darkening, like all the crickets that you can hear at the minute, cicadas probably, that you can hear at the minute, will go quiet. Animals, probably including Tina, will sense something weird's happening. Now because it's so close to sunset, it might not be such a big deal for the animals. I haven't really heard any commentary on that. But we'll see what happens. We'll see how it is. If you're in the UK, obviously feel free to be following whatever timing it's happening where you are. Maybe earlier, maybe later. I can't quite get my head around all the various posts that I've read. I'm confused. Let's see what happens. Maybe they're using blank rounds. What's the point of a blank round? It's great for starting a race. For frightening somebody. No, when the police fire, you look at the statistics. You look at just general bodily hits versus misses and fatalities versus injuries versus misses. And it's shocking how bad the police are at shooting people. Even American police, who have far more practice, they're terrible. Less than 1/3 of bullet wound, how does it go? 1/3 of shots hits the target, and only what? Less than half of those are fatal? It's like, come on. You've got the head, you've got the heart and lungs. Anything up here, anything upper chest, if you're not hitting the fucking shoulder and the, you know. But anything central in the upper chest should be putting people in serious distress, if not dead, pretty quick. If you go lower, liver, stomach, spleen, those are slow kill shots. Those people bleed out over an hour. That's no good. The guy's still got a gun in his hand unless he's dropped it out of pain or whatever. But people usually clench, so I'm told. We're paying people. We have armed response units and we pay them, and we don't have normal people, normal police armed, because you can't trust plod. So you have these specialist, highly trained units, and the numbers are still not good. And the number of times they turn up at a scene and still don't shoot, I find it embarrassing. But anyway, that's just me. A guy in Belfast almost got his head chopped off not long ago. Yeah, the guy, he was trying to chop it off with was it like a penknife or something? He was digging and digging and digging with it. Yeah, he's trying to chop my head off, mate. I don't think so, mate. That was just after the court case for the young lad that died after the Sikh stabbed him. That's got to stop. Allowing a whole group of people to carry knives because it's our religion. Mate, that's not our religion. You want to do your religion, go to a country where you can do your religion. We don't do that here. We got to start getting firmer with people. I said a few weeks ago about this mass craze at the minute where they open a mosque next to a pub and then complain that it's haram that there's a pub next to the mosque. Well, why did you open the fucking mosque next door? It's your fault. Put up with it or shut up. And they don't just open a mosque, that's a lie anyway, I misspoke. They open a multi-faith community centre with our money. They get our money because it's multi-faith. But when you go in, you have to take your shoes off, you have to wash, then there's a prayer mat and there are no pews. What's multi-faith about it? And then a year or two later, they say, look, it turns out there's only us here. There's only us Muslims here. The Christians aren't making use of our wonderful, generous facilities. Please, council, can we convert it to a mosque? And because the council's half Abdul, it's funny how that works. They are way overrepresented on councils and even in government. In councils, in parliament, and in the higher ranks of parliament. I'm not a racist, or I wasn't, but I'm being pushed that way. I feel. Prefab walling, it's what they call it, rock wall, or plasterboard we would call it in England. American police are erratic, they don't do enough training. No, they do about a third as much training as a hairdresser. You watch so many videos of them demanding ID, and when the person says, on what basis? Well, because I said so. That's not the law. In like 48 of the 50 states in America, you can only demand ID after you've arrested someone. You can only force someone to ID after they've been arrested. If they don't ID after being arrested, it's a secondary offence. So whatever they were arrested for and they're not IDing gets tacked on. They walk up to people and just say ID now. And the only time they can do that really, or realistically, is when someone's driving. When you're driving, you have to produce your driver's license on request. And they don't have to justify it. It doesn't have to be because you've broken a law, just because driving is it's not a right, it's a, what's the other word? Privilege. It's a privilege that you are granted by the state, because cars are big and heavy and dangerous. I watch so many videos of American cops where I know more about the American law than they do. It's kind of frightening. I had one, you have to put a bug mirror in its pen. Hold on. Then it thinks it's got a mate and the peacock stays calm. Okay, a big mirror. You get the peahen or pea, whichever it is. And the peacock stays, okay. It thinks there's someone else there, so it stays calm. I got you. Looks like it's erratic all over. Law's very erratic. When you get to court, the law is a word game. If you can play upon the subtle meaning of a word and say that word doesn't mean what you think it means, and if you can pull it off, you can get away with shit. Allegedly. He's got a gun, blam blam, it was a phone or a comb, that's erratic. Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah. Not so much in England, because your average everyday cop doesn't have a gun to go blam blam, but in America there are some real tragedies. Kid points his little space laser, you know, and it lights flash and spin, and kid's dead because cop overreacts. And it's happened many a time. Bend down and pray no. I was going to say pray no one in front fights, Jasper, but yeah, okay. I don't object, I just give ID. I object on principle because an Englishman, Mr. Churchill, Winston Spencer Churchill. He has got other middle names, but he's generally known as Winston Spencer Churchill. He thought it was anathema. When he brought in ID cards during the war, he thought it was wrong that an Englishman should be forced to identify himself on command. The whole papers please thing. And when he was after the war, he was unelected and couldn't do anything about it. As soon as he was re-elected, he got rid of that shit. Now, he thought it was bad, and there was only two kinds of people that could demand your ID. A policeman or a soldier, to check who you were in certain situations. We now have in England where barmaids and glass collectors and bouncers are demanding ID. I just find that it's not that I've got anything to hide, it's the principle. Winston Spencer Churchill thought it was wrong that an Englishman had to ID himself to the police in the street without just cause and reason. Just on demand. These were wartime rules. They put a barrier in the road and they stop everyone who walks through. A soldier with a gun or a policeman, they demand ID, maybe check that you weren't a German spy or whatever. Barmaids and glass collectors and bouncers. the 16-year-old on the checkout in Sainsbury's or Tesco, when you're trying to buy booze, can now demand your ID. I told the story, my sister, I think she'd left her driving licence at home. It was either at home or in the glove box of the car, and there she is with a whole bloody load of shopping on the conveyor. She's about to spend 100 quid. And the girl turned her down for the booze. And so she said, oh, hold on a minute. Son, come over here. And her son walks over and uses his ID to prove that he's over 18 and that he's the one buying the alcohol. Mother and son. Mother gets turned down. I don't know what to say. 40-year-old woman gets turned down. 20-year-old lad, he's fine. He's got his ID. The checkout girl at Tesco's can demand your ID. I object. Just on principle. Not that anybody's got anything to fucking hide. It's just wrong. They'll always find an edge case where they can say, but, think of the children. But, what if? But, fuck all. Don't inconvenience 99.9% of the population because 0.1% do it wrong. I'm ranting, folks. I didn't mean to rant. This stream is not a normal TrampCast Hangout where we just talk politics and chat shit, and we're supposed to be talking about the sun, the eclipse. What's the time? 1912. We've got about half an hour before things start to happen. I'm a foreigner, I don't want hassle, so I automatically show my ID. I guess I'm a stranger in a strange land. Yeah, I get it. And that's their way. They all do show ID throughout most of Europe. You go to the post office here and you want to pick up a parcel, you have to show government ID. You don't just take random like driver's licenses or your gas bill or electric bill or whatever. You have to take a specific card, an ID card, a national ID card. I don't like it. They do it. The one time I went to the post office to pick something up, the person in front of me left the fucking card behind. Hand card over, guy hands them parcel, they say thank you, walk off. Guys still got their card. Don't know, folks. I want to turn my brightness up some more and there's nowhere else to go. It isn't full and my power is falling quickly down to 30%. I still feel like my glasses are steaming up. Let me see where the tablet is for power. Is it high enough that I can take? Hold on. There was a delay. It's only up to 36%. I can't read that. Are you even on? No. 62. 11 watts in, 11 watts out. That 11 watts might include the lamp. I don't know why my tablet's not drawing its normal 14 or 15 watts. Maybe the heat. I'm a foreigner, I don't want hassle. Yeah, I understand that. I did always argue with them here when the cops tried to demand ID. When I'm out and about and they demand ID. Because that's what the law's supposed to be. Shouldn't be able to demand ID of you in your own home. Or in a private field. But when they demanded my passport and stuff when I'm out and about, I always said, sorry, I don't own that document. I paid for like a registration fee. I paid the government to create the document, but I don't know if you know, the UK government maintain ownership of your passport. You don't own your passport, they do. You just granted permission to carry it around. and they instruct you not to carry it around in random places. Don't take it to bars, don't have it at the beach or around swimming pools, places where you will lose it. It's not yours to lose. I've got a guy standing on his balcony staring at me. Oh, he's seen me looking at him, and now he's... Alright, now he's sitting down and fucking off. What was I saying? It's not your passport to lose. So when the police says you must carry your passport, it's the law, I said, look, get your government to argue with my government. I'm following my government's instructions about how to handle their document. They say don't carry it around willy-nilly in foreign countries. You want to have an argument about it, argue with them, not me. So as you can imagine, I've had a few heated discussions with the police over the years. It's about 120, I think, my last one. 120 or so, and there was another. I did it through a shop, and we had to pay 30 euros to them, and another 10 because the friend that was paying for it and helping me, she doesn't do e-commerce. So she had to go and, how did it work out? She had to do it with cash, and they charged extra for cash, if you can believe that. Yeah. Oh, got flies around the bottom. Give us a second, folks. I don't do this much, but every now and again, put a fly spray in the general area. Above you as well. I'm not spraying you per se, but I'm spraying around you. See if we can just dissuade them and keep them away. That'll do. I've had this about 6 weeks now, and it's about half empty. Don't use it much. Had to do my new passport online. Yeah, you can do them online now. I wasn't sure about the quality of the pictures my phone would take at the time. Sorry, this ear's gone a bit... You know when you're underwater and your ear becomes all echoey? Or when you're on a plane sometimes. That's gone... Yeah, no, it's still there. Let's see how that resolves itself. Maybe it'll fizz and pop in a while. No Eclipse, not yet. Another just under half an hour, Jasper. Starts at 1945, peaks at... It's in a comment right at the beginning. If you scroll right back to the beginning of comments, it didn't format well, but the info's all there. It just jumped right to the bottom as soon as I took my finger off the screen. I can't get past had to do my new passport. No, honestly, I cannot get back. Okay, there's Tim Timoney and his post. I'm a foreigner, I don't want to hassle. Fucking hell. How am I going to fix this? I can close down YouTube and then come back in and hope the stream picks up. And I might have a chance of having the stream not. Or I can go in on my tablet and read the same info. Oh, I've got it stored. It's on my tablet, actually. Let me tell you when totality is. Or it won't be totality, but it'll be peak. In my Samsung Notes app. Tramp with all the top line gear, folks. Samsung Flip 4. And this is an A9 tablet, I think. Eclipse, here we go. Begins 1940. Maximum 2035. So there's a 55-minute build-up to 2035. And then it ends at 2059. It doesn't really, or it wouldn't really, except that's sunset and it goes over the horizon. So there should be like 55 minutes either side of maximum, either side of what would have been totality if we were in the right path. But because we're at sunset at that point, it goes over the horizon. So 2035 is peak. That's an hour and 15. But 1940 it starts, and we probably won't be able to notice it because I haven't got the equipment. You'd need the pinhole camera or the special glasses or some kind of filter to put over the phone line. I guess if you had the special glasses, you'd be able to put the camera lens behind one of the lenses of the glasses. How much were they selling those glasses for? Has anyone seen them anywhere? I've got a bit of haze just from staring in that direction. I wasn't even staring at the sun, I was just looking that away. You alright there, babe? You've decided to turn around and go behind my chair, haven't you? Why? I don't understand you. I love her. I don't understand her. Is she guarding my back? Is that why she's always behind me and under the chair? I got a fly in the middle of my back. I don't like that. Oh, my beer is warm. I've not got the fridge cool enough. We haven't had enough power. Where are we now? Here we are, you see, on a day, 11 watts in, 14 watts out. I'm on 62% on this one. Let me see if I can see where I am on the other one. The other one should be doing better because it hasn't got anything draining it. I'm so kicking myself that I bought the second EcoFlow, because 2 weeks later I got offered a bigger and better one. One's on 62, one's on 33. This one was on 62, wasn't it? The other one's been powering the fridge as and when I've had it on. I'm only on 33%. And it's only getting 8 watts in. That's not going to work. 8 watts is not going to do anything. Alright, I'm just trying to work out how much power I've got. Had to do my new passport online. Pensioners have to do driving test every 3 years. This is in Germany. There is a thing with old people and driving, isn't there? Are we? Fucking hell, that was a battle. How long was that? 2 or 3 minutes? Jesus. And now I can't see anything because I just looked at the sun. Great band Hawkwind. I don't know if I know any of this. Mike seems to have disappeared. Like Robert, hello Robert. May the sun shine bright on you, Nazareth. I don't know. That sounds like a song lyric. Sheryl Crow. Sheryl Crow. Isn't it ironic? Is that her? Nothing she mentioned in that song was irony. When you need a spoon and you've only got 1,000 forks, or whichever fucking way around, that's not irony, that's just bad planning. Here comes the sun. You're buffering. I was more than buffering, I was gone. Hi Mike, how many songs have sun in it? In it? Here's 2. I'm walking on sunshine and don't let the sun go down on me. Don't let the sun go down on me. Was that Elton? Or was it, who was the, not Nick Kershaw. I won't let the sun go down on me. Not Nick Kershaw, Nick, 1980 or thereabouts. Nick, not Nick Haywood, is it? Who was Haircut 100? Not them. I'm thinking of a different bloke. I'm not a great one for music because I can't remember titles and names and things. I got to do something about these glasses, folks. Sorry about the disconnect. I know I was gone for about 2 or 3 minutes. I lost my internet connection entirely. I tried all the things, turning off data, turning it off and on again, turning Wi-Fi sharing off and on again, turning Wi-Fi on the phone off and on again. Let's have a go here. You all right back there, missus? Hello, you. Yeah, little darling. Chicken. Lay a little egg for me. And not one of your little brown ones. That's better. Now I feel like I can see the screen. Hold on. Let's scroll. There'll be lots with sun in the name. I'm scrolling backwards still because I don't know how much I've missed. Could you see someone spying on you, you said? Yeah, there's a row of apartments over there. Top and bottom of different apartments. So there's a guy on his balcony that was just stood there glaring at me. Glowering, whichever word you prefer. And then I looked up and I looked at him a little while, and then he sat down. I can't quite tell because of the balustrades. Is that the word? Balusters, balustrades, whatever the poles on under a banister, under the edge of a balcony. I can't quite tell if he's still there or not. I can't tell if that's him or if that's just the chair that he was sat in when he did sit down. Horrible looking little apartment, by the way. Never seen those Eclipse glasses. They're all over the news over here. Apparently people are going out and buying them in their millions, but I got no clue. I haven't. Smoked me a kipper. Smoked me a kipper. That's Red Dwarf. The Rick Mail character, Flash somebody or other. Or was he Flash somebody or other when he was on Blackadder? Pretty much the same character. Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast. But I could imagine Cock Turnbull saying it. 1820 here and still light. It is. Misclick. That would have been at what is 1720 to me. I'm 1 hour ahead of you. The sun is still at about a 30-degree angle, I would approximate. I keep looking towards the sun and what's the BBC saying? Oh no, it's not. Okay, yeah, UK and parts of Europe are about to experience the best solar eclipse for 27 years. It's the first one for 190, no, 100 and something years here and here, 112, 100 and something between 110 and 120. First one in 120 years here, total, but that's a little bit further north of here. Valencia is in the path of totality. Possibly Benidorm. Not 100% sure on that one. I do have some subscribers in Benidorm, but I'm not 100% sure. Zami, sorry mate, didn't see you there. I had internet connectivity problems and I'm way behind in chat. I'm trying to work backwards because it was jumping all over the place. Alright, I'm back on territory, I'm back on firm territory. Terra firma, as you might say. So there was Robert asking how many songs have sun in it. In the song or in the title? There's lots, isn't there? Walking on Sunshine. Was that one Katrina and the Waves? I'm walking on sunshine, hey, hey. And don't it feel good? Yeah, that's Katrina and the Waves. Moonlight Shadow wasn't, but then she came back and had another one that won Eurovision. Unless that was the Walking on Sunshine one. Fucking fucking flies around my ankles. Here comes the sun, Terry Jacks. Soak up the sun, Cheryl Crow. I can't think of anyone. May the sun shine bright on you, Nazareth. Mike seems to have disappeared. I did for a good 3 minutes or more. Hawkwind, Mike is back. Ironic, Alanis Morissette. No, I always get those ones mixed up. That's almost ironic, but not quite. Who was the comedian? Was it Patrick Keelty? No, it wasn't. It was an Irish comedian, so it could have been Patrick Keelty. That tore that song apart. It's like rain on your wedding day. Not unless you're a fucking weatherman. Getting stuck in traffic isn't ironic unless you're the town planner that designed the roads. Then it might be ironic. Isn't it ironic? No. And one of us is moronic. And it might be me for not remembering which singer sings. I can never remember singers and songs. So I'm back. I am back, folks. Is the audience back? I lost a hell of a lot of you. I was on 13 or 14 viewers, and when I came back I was down to like 3. And I'm not even on live chat, so I'm missing half the chat because how many songs have fucking it? I don't know it. Captain Flashheart. Yeah, he's always Flash, isn't he? I'm just going to scroll back a little bit in case there were messages that I missed because of the filtering. I didn't realise when I came back that it would switch back to top chat against my explicit instructions. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't. Do you know what I haven't done? Has he gone for a piss and he's holding the wrong end? You see, that one was filtered out. I didn't see that one first time around. No, I went for a piss just as the fucking police drove past. Just before, I just pulled the zip back up and was walking around. And my cooking set up, and I've got a frying pan currently in the process of being washed. I say in the process. I put it out to soak about a week ago and all the water's evaporated, so I've had to put more water and washing up liquid in. It's in the process of being washed. So if they did pull me up and say, what were you doing standing in that corner? Well, I'm cleaning my frying pan, getting ready to cook some food, because this is my cooking station. Of course, they only have to look on YouTube to see me saying, yeah, I've been for a piss in that corner. I don't think it's illegal. Here's a discussion. I think we've had this one before. At any point in time, a person, I used to say a man, but let's say a person, should have at least the same rights as an animal. And if an animal can just piss in the street, or out, let's say out in the wilds, not in the street, there are some things, decorum dictates that you shouldn't just rip it out and start spraying it around in the middle of the street. You shouldn't whip your keks down and lay a log in the middle of the road. Unless you live in India, maybe. But, did I just get racist again? But a person should always have the same rights that an animal has. And that means the right to just pee or poo or do out in the country. Now, decorum dictates certain steps should be taken to try and prevent others from overseeing you. Now, if other people, by fluke or by deliberate effort, overcome your efforts at remaining unseen. So if you've gone into the furthest corners of some wood and you're, peeing against a tree, and then somebody just walks past with a dog and happens to see you standing there cock in hand, that's unfortunate, but I don't think that makes it a crime. You took all reasonable precautions to be out of the way and to be, invisible. And that's my stance on peeing and pooing in public. Don't do it in a doorway. Don't do it in the middle of the street waving it around. But if you've taken reasonable, if you're standing in a field behind a hedge, tucked right into the hedge, where even if a person could see you and know what you're doing, they can't actually see anything, you've taken all reasonable steps. Now, if someone then walks in this little pathway and is standing right next to you, that's not your fault. That's just happenstance. That's just unlucky on them and on you, is my general feeling. And this is from a man who's lived in a field for 4 years. 2 different fields until 2 days time. No. Sorry. 2 days time. God, we're going to have to go live again I will be live on Friday anyway. But I'm going to do 2 streams Friday by the looks of things. I'm going to do a morning stream, folks. 11 o'clock my time. 10 o'clock UK. 10 in the morning UK, Thursday morning. That is the exact hour that 4 years ago I walked down those steps and into the wilds of Torrevieja. And this ear is really bugging me now. It's like a glue ear or a swimmer's ear. Scrolling. Mike seems to have disappeared. Hurry up, Sundown Hawk. Let's have a look. 42. So we're about to start. We won't be able to see anything to begin with. I mean, I'll point the phone at the sun and show you what it looks like now. And I'll point it in 5 or 10 minutes. You won't see a difference. Just hang on. Because my phone just creates a blur out of that. There's no real... it's a few degrees above the brolly. I can't, my phone shows me nothing. There's clouds as well anyway in that direction. What we'll have to do is just wait the best part of an hour for kind of darkness to fall early. And it looks... Oh no, that was me. And it looks from the timings like it's not going to get light again afterwards. It's going to get dark, and then before it would have got light again, sunset's going to happen, and you'll get the normal dusk. So it's not going to be a great phenomenon, folks. I'm sorry. I hope I haven't misled anyone into thinking they were going to see anything great. We're just going to experience like early darkness, is what it looks like and sounds like. But I thought I'd be here. I thought I'd chat with you. Anyone that's at a loose end, if you've got a better place to be, then by all means go and be at the better place. But I'm happy to chat with you, be here, talk to you. How's he going for a piss? Mike is back. Flash heart. Ace Rimmer was Red Dwarf. What's that? Oh yeah, it was because he was a variant of Rimmer, wasn't he? Or was it? No, hold on. Oh, so it wasn't even Rick Mayall in Red Dwarf. It was a variant of Rimmer. Oh, isn't that interesting how I mixed those up? No, Rick Mayall did appear, didn't he? If you play a record backwards, is there a message? Typically, you've just ruined your record. I don't know. You'd have to ask Rob B. Rob B, who pops out these ace tunes on a Friday night. I meant to add him to my list of links in the Friends of the Channel. I think people get their hopes up when they think they can see an eclipse. With the right equipment, telescopes or cameras with the right filter, pinhole cameras, yeah, I mean, you'll definitely sense one. 97 or 98% of the light's going to disappear. It's basically going to get dark. Or almost dark. It's going to be like a moonlit night. It's unfortunate that it's happening just before sunset. That kind of fucks it up a bit. If it went dark, got light again for a little while, and then got dark properly for night, that'd be a thing. You'll hear it when the cicadas shut up when it gets dark. They'll think it's night and they'll go quiet. Possibly the crickets will start early and replace them. and then it might get a little bit lighter again around sunset. Sounds perverse, doesn't it, saying it's going to get lighter around sunset, but that might happen depending on the timing. And then we might swap back from, so cicadas now, crickets when they think it's gone dark, and then we might get cicadas come back again. It's going to confuse the shit out of them if that happens. I'm going to have to cuddle my doggy because she's going to be a little bit lost and confused, I imagine. Hey babe, you've gone away again and I can hardly reach you. Hello you. Hello you. You're not helping me talk to the people, are you? Tina, I've got this link up here. Help! It was meant to say help a tramp, but I took 3 attempts to type it in. I fucked it up each time, and in the end the one I put in was still botched. I couldn't keep deleting them. But Tina, you're supposed to help charm the people into opening their wallets and helping a tramp talk science and astronomy and things. I do have some facts, folks, about you've probably read some of these yourself in various places. This is a fairly comprehensive guide that I've pulled together from a professor at Dallas University. So let's just run through a few of these while we wait. We've got kind of an hour to kill before it gets noticeable, because we can't actually look at it and see it without special glasses. And I keep trying and I keep getting that glare. Probably doing myself the damage I'm telling other people not to do. In ancient Greece, a solar eclipse was seen as a sign that the gods were angry and was thought to be an omen of bad things to come. The word eclipse comes from the Greek word eclipsis perhaps, which means being abandoned. You're being abandoned by the gods when the eclipse happens. The sun god has left you. In ancient China, the solar and lunar eclipses were regarded as heavenly signs that foretell the future of the emperor, so predicting eclipses was of high importance for the state. Over 4 millennia ago, 4,000 years ago, legend has it that 2 astrologers, that's an interesting choice of words, astrologers, not astronomers, Cheso and Ho, were executed for failing to predict a solar eclipse. Herodotus, the father of history, who lived in the 5th century BC, so 2,500 years ago. We are to him, we're like Buck Rogers, aren't we, in the 25th century. We're to him. Cited that the Greek philosopher Thales, or Thales perhaps, predicted the solar eclipse of 28th of May, 585 BC. That put an end to the conflict between the Lydians and the Medes, maybe. Herodotus wrote, "Day was all of a sudden changed into night. This event has been foretold by Thales, the Milesian, who forewarned the Ionians of it, fixing for it the very year in which it took place." So he predicted the year that it would happen, not the day and time, is what I read into that. The Medes and the Lydians, when they observed the change, ceased fighting and were alike anxious to have terms of peace agreed upon. Stop fighting, lads, or the sun might never come back. In Viking, this is an interesting one. I didn't know the word soul came from Viking mythology. You know, I say often that the solar system, there are lots of star systems, planetary systems, planets orbiting stars out there, but they're not solar systems technically. There is only one solar system, and it's ours, because that big yellow thing up there is called Sol, and the system relating to Sol, the solar system, that's us. So those other ones are planetary systems or star systems, whatever you want to call them, but they are not technically People use the word solar systems to describe them for obvious reasons, but they're not. Technically, there's only one solar system. It's here, it's us, and it is... I was going to say it's 9 planets. Come back, Pluto. All is forgiven. I want Pluto back. Cunts tell me there's only 8 planets nowadays. It's different to when I grew up. Hold on. Like, in Viking fables, the sun... I went off on a tangent, as I often do. In Viking fables, the sun god Sol is chased by the wolf Skoll, which sounds awfully like the drinking... the cheers of the Vikings, of the Norse folk. Although they do put the, like, either the umlaut or the line through, one or the other. This is just SKOLL, or at least that's the way it's written here. So in Viking fables, the sun god Sol is chased by the wolf Skoll. This is the moon chasing the sun. When Skoll catches Sol, a solar eclipse happens. When this occurs, the people were instructed to bang pots and pans together to frighten off the wolf and to return the sun, bring back the sun. This was like COVID. Bang your pots and pans and chase away the fucking virus. Thursday night, anyone? I wasn't there, I was here, but never did any of that shit. Pure blood still as well. But not because I'm an anti-vaxxer. We'll come back to that another day. Pots and pans, scare off the wolf, bring back the sun. On the 2nd of August 1133, a solar eclipse occurred and King Henry I died shortly thereafter, prompting the spread of the superstition that eclipses are bad omens for rulers. I think we'll take a break there and I'll come back to that later. Remind me if I get lost. I'm looking for the paragraph that begins the Pomo, an indigenous group in the northwestern United States. We will pick up with tales of, with fun facts, I guess you can call them, about eclipses, or related, not so much about eclipses, but related thereto. There is quite heavy cloud coverage now over to the west, which is probably to be expected, isn't it? Anytime there's something going on astronomical, you can guarantee you'll get a cloudy sky. Clear as fuck over to the east, but the west, the sun is lost behind cloud. But we'll still get the darkness, folks, if you want to stay with me. If you don't, you know, if it's not living up to expectations, feel free to fuck off. It is just a tramp in a field, you won't hurt my feelings. Scrolling. No, I think people generally get their hopes up. Just in case chat's froze, because that's been a while, I'm going to go top chat. There are more. Hi Les. I'm going to scroll back. Jasper says, I like Zardos. Zardos. I got to get context. I'm gonna go back a bit until I get back to the bit where I recognise. My chat had obviously frozen. I think people generally get their hopes. Okay. Zami comes in with evening Mike, what's your favourite movie? I'm sure I've been asked this a couple of times recently. My favourite movie, as far as I can recall right now, is The Man from Earth. It's a sci-fi film with no special effects, nothing goes on. 6 or 8 people sit around in a wooden, what's the word I'm looking for? Lodge, hut, a wooden lodge, shed, a big shed. And there's a guy, it looks like he's in his mid-30s, maybe 40. Professor at, Professor Oldman he's called, Oldman. Remember that, it's important later. It's a pun. He's a professor at an American university and he moves on. and nobody can understand why. He gets on great, everyone likes him, he really, really knows his subject, which is history. I should say spoilers, because I will spoil the shit out of this. Even though I don't want to, I will spoil it for you. But watch it anyway, The Man from Earth. It turns out Professor Oldman is actually a very, very old man. As far as he can work out, approximately 14,000 years old. And if he stays anywhere too long, people start to notice he's not aging. And so every 10 years he severs his life, cuts contacts. Whether he's married, got kids, he leaves, he just goes. Otherwise people, like historically, they thought he was stealing their lives. He might be in the story, he might be the origin of the vampire mythos. Someone who stays young and everyone around them ages. Is he stealing their life force? On the flip side, you find out that oh God, I get myself in trouble if I say mythology, let's say religion. It turns out he's a figure in religion. So he's travelled for hundreds, thousands of years. And he gets into the East and he meets a man. A very wise man who's very at peace with the world. The guy that becomes known as Buddha. And when he carries on his travels, he tries to take Buddha's teachings to the Middle East. You see where this is going? Now, one of these people that's in the building with him in the lodge. Oh, I should mention, when he's loading his truck, when people first arrive, he's loading up his truck with his belongings, and he's got paintings in the style of Picasso, but they're not recognised. He also has a stone hand axe, stone tool, and other ancient things. This here is killing me, folks. It is getting darker, but I think that's just the clouds that have descended. This is, if I show you this now, it's really annoying. You know, girl, I do need to, oh fuck, what did I knock over? The lamp. I do need to just knock this back there, darling. I'm going to show the peoples towards the sun. Look at that bank of cloud that's just come up now. Look, clear blue sky there. Clear blue skies over there and over there. The one direction that we want to fucking look off to the west, cloud. Like I say, we'll get darkness. We will experience darkness that we're not going to see. Even with a pinhole camera, we wouldn't have seen fuck all. But we will get darkness. Just bear with me, folks. Bear with me, like the bare chest. I've got to go get another beer. I haven't quite finished this one, but it's getting quite warm. It's been there a while. Give me a second or three. I will be right back with you. Oh! Ouch! Unstick the trousers out the crack of my eye. Oh! Oh! Hello, look at chicken. Oh, sorry folks, more man flesh on display. These beers are really not cold at all. I guess we're done with solar for the day. That thick bank of cloud on the horizon, well, what's that? That's a good 20 degrees above the horizon, but right the way down to the horizon is a solid bank of cloud. And then we're going to have the eclipse and the dulling effect anyway, and then the sunset. Tina girl, you have to be real careful here because of how you're sitting. You're really making things difficult for your daddy. Oh, fly. Scrolling. Yeah, just ask the eclipse to come earlier. What's your favourite movie? Oh, I was telling you about Man from Earth. I was midstream. One of the other professors, one of the other teachers from the university is asking. She's a religious person, and so she asked him, "Did you ever meet anyone from history?" And he says about the Buddha, but then he says about his travels to the Middle East. You know where this is going. Did you ever meet anyone from the Bible? He basically was the Bible. He was the main star of the New Testament anyway. I guess the Jews would disagree. Anyway, there's enough spoilers. If that sounds interesting, it's sci-fi with absolutely no special effects, no explosions, a cast of about 10 characters in total. A really, really good film. I watch it about every 3 to 6 months. It's been a while. Now that you've asked that, I might go back and watch it again tonight. After Scruff Dog, I will probably, if the mood takes me, and if technology doesn't get in the way, I'll probably hang on until 10:30 or thereabouts when Scruff Dog starts. I start at 6:30. That would get me my 4 hours, so the stream would be post-processed and all of the things that YouTube does will be done quickly. They'll be done within 15 minutes instead of within 15 hours. So if you want to hang with me, folks, for the next, I think it says here 1 hour 30. Am I on 1 hour 30? If you want to hang with me for another 2.5 hours, that's what I'm kind of aiming at. Unless tech gets in the way, unless the audience really drops off, and I know I've only got about 9 or 10 people watching, but that's about normal for me, isn't it? Somewhere between 10 and 50. I usually peak somewhere between 15 and 20. It's great if we get 20 thumbs ups. What just happened? Why is my screen gone black? Am I low on power? I didn't realise I was low on power. I was down to 5%. Okay, at least this time it just went dark. It didn't cut me off. Does anyone remember a couple of months ago I got down to 5% and it just went off? That was bad. Let me just check where the tablet is for power. 71. So that's got about 7 hours worth of power at full video playing and everything. That's great. That will do. Let me scroll. So yeah, favourite movie. Second favourite movie, The 13th Floor. Again, sci-fi, but a cerebral kind of sci-fi. People make like a virtual reality world, which they go into and populate characters, and then they come out of. They interact with those characters. Those characters are left like befuddled. They've been taken over by another body. They wake up in places, have done things they didn't know about. And they're kind of real. They feel like they're real characters, even though they don't know they're in a simulation. But then the people who made the simulation discover, they also are characters in a simulation, and that there's a higher level world up above. Very clever film. Came out the same year as Keanu, Bullet Time, The Matrix, but got lost. The Matrix was such a smash success that the other sci-fi films the same year got buried. But that's a good one. Scrolling. Thank you for the question, Ozami. Just ask the Eclipse to come earlier. Yeah. Stones, Don Stones. I remember the 1 year ago being a bit of a letdown. Oh, was there an eclipse a year ago? It got a little bit dark, but not too much. We're expecting 98% obfuscation, obfuscation, whatever. 98% totality. Let's go with that. Words at work. I didn't know there was one a year ago. Probably not here in Spain, maybe elsewhere. Yeah. People hyping things up as usual. Many favourite movies for Jasper. A Man Called Apocalypse Joe. You like your Italian cowboy things, don't you? I don't really know half of the things you know. Half of the movies I've never heard of. Any nice lady spying on you? No, it looks like a bald old bloke. His apartment's a little bit weird. It's got a door and it's got one tiny window to the side. All the other apartments have got big windows either side of a central door. His apartment is like half the size and it's one door and one small window. I don't really get it. Well, I'm not criticising, I'm not, just describing. Too close to Uranus. That's like when you go to bed with an itchy... No, shush. Blair's DJ Bones, hello my friend. Do you have a footy team or not? I got 3. Barnsley, Morecambe and Liverpool. I was always a Liverpool fan as a kid. I'm way out of touch with football right now. I couldn't have named half of the England squad. I couldn't have told who they were during the World Cup. I got no clue who half of those guys were. I probably couldn't name 3 Liverpool players nowadays. I couldn't name the fucking Liverpool manager. I'm that out of touch. I literally couldn't name the Liverpool manager. Really out of touch. I was hoping this season, the start of this season, I was going to like read up on it all. Like, you know when you were a kid and you read Match or Shoot magazine and you were... Is that a cop car or just a car with weird things on the roof? I wanted to get back to that. Like getting a little bit... let's face it, I've got a lot of spare time. I could obsess on something and take a deep dive into something. But we're in the pre-season. Actually, most years by now, isn't the season started? Maybe the World Cup set things back a little bit. It used to be August the 28th was always whatever the bank holiday is at that last weekend in August. That was when the football season used to kick off. And over the years, it got earlier and earlier and earlier. And now we're almost in mid-August and it hasn't kicked off. They're just doing club friendlies and things still. Oh, this year is driving me mad. Sorry folks. I guess I could have muted the microphone before doing my snitching and... Oh! Ow! Did you hear that? I think that's cleared it. My jaw cracked. No, it hasn't fully cleared it. It's still half there. Totally unrelated. Just annoying. Scrolling. Here we go. All my deck... Oh, how far back do I have to go? All my dextrose or Traubenzucker gone. I thought I still had some lollies, damn. Dextrose, that's just a sugar. What's Traubenzucker? Sounds like a drug. Les has the same cloud covering in Newcastle upon Tyne. My dad's from up that way. Well, close, not too far. Hexham. You'll disclaim it and say it's not the same, but... Hey, you, get off of my cloud. Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger. Hey, you get off of my cloud. Yeah, you can tell I can't sing. Les is staying with me. We'll do the full haul, and if people are still here at the end, we will do an unofficial what's it called? I've lost the words, all the words. When you storm someone else's stream, there's a word. I don't know the word. Fuck. I don't. My mind is shot to pieces. Sweet world, sherbet dextrose lollies, Mike. Hold on, and it jumped. Can't remember. Then I ate them 70s. Oh, the sherbet. You mean like the compressed, the two-tone ones on the top of the stick, the hollow stick. You get so far through the lolly and you end up. There's a hole in the lollipop stick, so you don't choke on it, I guess, or so that you can still breathe to some extent. Who's your favourite cowboy, Mikey? Favourite cowboy? Gosh, this is interesting. I kind of got two, and they disliked each other in real life. John Wayne and Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood directed a film, I can't remember which one, and John Wayne didn't like the messaging about the cowboy genre. I don't think it had the clean good guy ending. It was one of those, the more complex character. Is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? And it didn't have that clear, this is the bad guy, this is the good guy message. And John Wayne and Clint Eastwood fell out over that. But I love John Wayne. I was sad when he died. When was that? Early 80s, 1980, 81, 82, somewhere around there. About the same time Skylab fell out of the sky, if I remember correctly. I was listening to James Whale on Radio Air. Back when James Whale was a radio disc jockey, or radio shock jock, or whatever they would call them. The guys who gave controversial opinions and argued with their audience. The Jeremy Kyle of his day, if you like, but radio rather than TV. I guess he was a Jerry Springer or Phil Donahue kind of character. Yeah, Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood's great. I don't think I've ever seen a bad Clint Eastwood film. And I probably never will. He can't have any left in him, can he? He must be in his 90s, yeah? Let's have a look. I brought this beer out, this second beer, and I haven't finished this one yet. Still, like half an hour later. Keep an eye on the clock, folks. It's getting kind of dark. Is that just the clouds, though? 2014. So there's another half hour before what should be peak eclipse, peak. As close to totality as we'll get. Is it just the clouds? I'll show you them. I'll do that. This is what it looks like here. Is it the clouds that are making it dark? I bet if I check the weather forecast now, it'll say fucking thunder and lightning in the next couple of hours. That'd be my luck. I still haven't put the tarp over the roof. My roof is still wide open. Tent's falling apart. Because the weather forecast said no thunder and lightning, I've done nothing. But I don't know. It's definitely getting dark, and yet over there it's kind of bright and clear blue sky still. Well, it had to be, didn't it? A bank of cloud over to the fucking west. Of course it did. Why would it not be? Anyway, we will experience a dimming, like a premature nightfall. And then I think it might get slightly brighter, and then it will be actual sunset. I'm thinking about going and getting a cotton bud and seeing if I can do something with this here. But I think it's further inside if it's pressure related. Oh God, I hope you didn't hear any of that. That's made it worse. That's made the other one go bad as well. I don't know if that was a fly or a wasp, but it's right in front of my fucking face. Let's have a go. Anthony Stefan, cowboy. Fuck, you lost me. Lost me, Jasper. Is this one of your, I've got no idea who or what that is. I can hear the wildlife near you. You mean the people shrieking in the distance, or the cicadas that have gone very quiet? The cicadas are on their way out. They think it's night time coming. There's one or two back there somewhere. But from when the whole field was trilling along, or whatever word you would use, chirping, trilling, whatever word you would use to describe a cicada noise or a cricket noise. Raid, that was indeed the word. Raid, raid! Fernando Sancho done loads of movies. No clue. You're off into genres I know nothing about. You're Italo westerns. What I would have called spaghetti westerns, probably, in my naivety. I guess the spaghetti western was when Hollywood filmed in Italy. Whereas if it's actually a European film deliberately made in Italy by Italians, it probably gets a different name. Crowd of people over on that cliff, and I don't know why. Why would you gather on an eastern cliff when the sun, when the eclipse thing's on the west? Maybe they're just not bothered about the eclipse. It is getting dull though, folks. It is getting dull. It is getting dark early. I'm not convinced it's not just the clouds though in the way. You know, I am taking my own advice. I am going to check the weather forecast because of those clouds. I do want to know that they're not saying thunderstorms all of a sudden. Just refresh that. No. 29 degrees feels like 36. 29, it doesn't drop below 27 all night again. Man, hold on. Oh, tropical storm. I saw the word tropical storm in the middle of my weather forecast. Tropical storm likely to impact Hawaii. All the best to anybody out there in the islands. Humidity tomorrow. Humidity will make the high feel like 40. How do I fucking survive this? I don't have enough power to fucking keep drinks cold. I don't have enough power to even turn. I haven't turned the fan on in about, it's got to be a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. Not even turned it on. Sunset will be at 20:59. That's in about 40 minutes. That's in the middle of the eclipse. You're okay, Tina. It's just a car going past. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Can I get a cuddle? Yeah, thank you. I say thank you for the cuddles, for giving them to me. Hey? Hey, baby. Daddy loves his girl. Always and forever. Legend. He is indeed. Unfortunately, probably not for too much longer. If you look at him now, I looked him up a little while ago. Is he like 93 or 95, something like that? Clint Eastwood. Yeah, age. Can we get age? 96. Does that make him older than Captain Kirk? How old is Bill Shatner? Bill Shatner age 95. So Clint is a year older than Captain Kirk. Did you know the cunt blocked me? Captain Kirk blocked me on Twitter a couple of years ago now, I think. I don't understand why. I said something nice about him, like Captain my captain or something. Got blocked. I don't remember the details. Captain my captain. Let me back in, you cunt. Oh. Oh. Man, I dislike beer once it's warm. It's not as bad as when it's hot. I have a waste not, want not kind of thing. So if I'd opened a beer, like inside the tent, put it down on the side, fallen asleep for an hour, woke up and it's warm, I've still got to drink it. I'm not just going to pour it away. It's 30 cents of your money. 40 cents if I buy it there at the garage. 2014 here where I am. I'm behind. Yeah, I'm about 9 minutes behind with chat. Got clouds here. Everywhere around the world suddenly gets clouds to the west. High Plains Drifter copied from Django the Bastard. Really? How many Django films are there? And is that a Dutch name? To get the J sound in Dutch, you get, if you just use a J, you get a Y. We had this problem with Joomla that I worked with alongside, or however you want to put it. They would pronounce it as Joomla. If you don't put a D in front of the J, you don't get that J sound. But then the Der Bastard, that sounds German. But I don't think the Germans need the DJ to get a J sound. I don't know what the Eclipse causing ear pressure. Oh, there's an interesting thought. It's the alignment of the planets or of the heavenly bodies pulling more heavily on my. We're back into the realms of astrology instead of astronomy now, aren't we? My ear just went again. I think that background noise is probably Wigan Piers. Django Unchained was a good movie. The original, with the guy off on the waterfront. What was he called? I swear he was gay. What was he called? Famous movie star, 50s. Then they did a remake, didn't they? Probably about 10 or 20 years ago. So that recent remake. Who's the guy I'm thinking of? Django Unchained. Not the 2012, the 1966. Hold on. Not Franco Nero. Hold on. Is that an even earlier? Is that not the one I'm on about? None of the people I was thinking of. That's none of them. Have I got the wrong film? Oh, that just says Django. That's not what I'm after. Have I just got the wrong film? Let's go Unchained. No, that's not it. Have I just got what movie am I thinking of then? Right, let's clear up my confusion, because obviously I'm confused because I'm a dick. On the waterfront. Cast. Marlon Brando, that's what I'm thinking of. So what cowboy film did he do? Marlon Brando, cowboy film. Was it not Django? The guy looked like he couldn't grow a beard. It looked like it was stuck on. I thought he looked very gay in the whole way. Whatever film I'm thinking of. Marlon Brando, cowboy film. Something about a horse, was it? The Appaloosa. Is it the Appaloosa? Is that what I'm thinking of? It's about a horse. Could be that one. Could be the Appaloosa. I wonder why I got those two confused. Isn't the brain weird? Or at least, isn't my brain weird? The Appaloosa, I think that's it. Someone steals his horse and he has to get it back. Franco Nero, Terence Hill. You like your Terence Hill, don't you, Jasper? You mention him a lot. Rock Hudson, no, that's not who I was after. It was Marlon Brando. I don't understand the fuss around Marlon Brando. I see him being treated like a superstar back in the day, like when he was the father on Superman, the 1979 or 1980, whatever year that film was. The real Superman, Christopher Reeves. The only Superman. All the rest are just imitation. But Marlon Brando is heralded as this great acting super god. I don't get it. So it turns out it wasn't Django that I watched, it was the Appaloosa. But go watch it and tell me that he doesn't look homosexual. And, you know what I mean? Nothing against, just not manly. He doesn't have that. You're going to be a cowboy. You're going to be the hero of the star of a cowboy show. You've got to have that machismo, however you want to pronounce it. Doesn't work for me. Just watching him just takes me right out of the story. It's just me, maybe. I'm just working backwards because I think okay, ear pressure, Django and Satana, Django and Sabata. These are just words. Only seen the remake with DiCaprio. Jasper guessed that the star I was talking about was Rock Hudson. No, it was I've lost his name already. That's how that's how forgettable he is. Marlon Brando. The Fifth Day of Peace, good World War II movie. Have you seen Django with Franco Nero? I think we've just established that maybe I haven't, but I thought I had. Maybe I have and my brain just got befuddled. Reeves was the best Superman, said Tara. That was at 29 minutes past. So yeah, that's about a minute ago when I was saying it. For my money, absolutely. My only complaint about the film, or films, is their choice of Lois Lane. I would say she was a gay man's choice of what a Lois Lane should look like. I don't think they act around her like she's like this stunner and she was a plain Jane. It's okay, Tina. Tina's okay. Tina's alright. Come on. You're okay. You're okay, Tina. Has it happened with you? It is getting dark, but at the same time we've got a lot of cloud, so let me show you. Now my phone just tends to over-exaggerate brightness, which is an issue. Can I just move back a little bit, Tina, without hurting you? I think I can. Oh, here's the sky now, folks. Now sunset is not for another 35 minutes, and it is getting that little bit eerie. But because it's so close to sunset anyway, it's not that radical. Now, is that the cicadas that are picking up with their final blast before what they think is nightfall? Or is that the crickets kicking off because they think it is nightfall? It is getting that bit darker. I'm going to unplug my... I am on low power still. Let me just check where I am for power. Yeah, I'm only on 12% even now. It's only been charging at 5 watts for some reason. Just going to step around here, Tina girl. Oh! Here's facing kind of west, facing sunset as it should be. So behind me off to the east, clear blue sky, but getting dark. Good, like 40, so sunset would happen and then you'd have dusk. That's a good 45 minutes away. But you can't see any, look how solid that cloud cover is. Let me see if I can zoom in for you. Look how solid that cloud is over there. Wouldn't you know, when there's something happening, look over there, just that little bit to the south, so to the southwest, clear fucking blue sky. But where we want to look, right here, cloudy as shit. But look, the garage, and they've got the lights on. I guess the street lights might come on any minute. I don't know whether they're triggered automatically or on a timer. I don't know if they detect darkness. I don't know, folks. But yeah, it's going dark. I'll put the camera back on. No, I'll put the camera on my girl. Oh, look, I'm zoomed in. Hey, Tina. Hello, baby. Hello, you. I'm gonna have to zoom back out a little bit, although I'm scrolling charts instead of zooming out. Here we go. Now we zoom out a bit. Can I get down here with you, sweetheart? Hello, you. Hello. Can we just have a quick chat? Maybe a quick cuddle and talk to the peoples. Come here. Come to me. Come here. It's okay. It's okay. Daddy's got his girl. It's okay. It's okay. I got you. Can people see you? You're dark. You're dark with you're a black dog in a dark background. Oh, let me just step back from you a little bit, sweetie, and then see about putting the flash on. Here we go, sweets. I think I've splayed your legs too far apart, haven't I? That's it. That's it. You get comfortable. You get comfortable. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pull you around too much. I just wanted to make sure that they had water available and that you were within cuddle reach. I don't want you getting too spooked. Okay, back to me. So this is me with an Eclipse type background. I guess we won't be getting anything more from the solar panels. We'll have to make do with what we've got. Hold on. Sorry about the bare chest. The man flesh. Sorry, ladies. My eyes. So yeah, it really is a shame. I don't want to get your paws. If I move and then you yelp, I'll look like a right oink. Well, that was close. It's a shame it's so close to nightfall, to sunset, because the effect is kind of lost, isn't it? I'll show you now. It is even darker now. Like I said, my phone does exaggerate the brightness. I don't know how it does it, but it does it. Makes things. I showed you with lights the other day on the top road, on the main road. Isn't it weird? 270 degrees of the horizon is clear blue sky. There's clear blue sky all the bloody way around. And then like the roughly 90 degrees, 45 degrees of either side of where we want to look, fucking solid cloud all the way down. Sod's Law. What's the difference between Sod's Law and Murphy's Law? Is there a difference? Does one predate the other? Let's ask the questions. Hold on. We've got about 8 minutes until maximum obscurity, maximum. I haven't got the terminology, folks. I can't work a sentence around it. What was I going to look up? Sod's Law versus Murphy's Law. Versus Murphy's Law. They're both, if something can go wrong, it will go wrong, aren't they? Both Murphy's Law and Sod's Law describe how things go wrong, but they come from different places. Murphy's Law is American, because all Americans are Irish. Or Italian. Except none of them are. Murphy's Law is American and focuses on technical mistake. Sod's Law is British and focuses on bad luck and bad timing. Give me an example of a technical mistake. If it can go wrong, it will. Okay. It started in engineering. This is Murphy's Law. To remind people to design things safely against human error. So idiot-proof it, and nature always builds a bigger and better idiot. Is it getting brighter? I feel like it just got brighter. But we're not at peak eclipse yet. Sod's Law, if it can go wrong, it will. So they both say the same thing, usually at the worst possible time. It comes from British slang about an unlucky sod, which a sod is just it's a name for like a pathetic person, and describes cosmic unfairness. So one's from an engineering background. Murphy's Law. Sod's Law, okay, despite being called Murphy's Law, it grew out of, Sod's Law is the one that grew out of British and Irish colloquial culture. Here we go. Other funny variations like Finagle's Law. Let me know. Tell me about Finagle. Tell me about Finagle's Law. Oh God. Finagle, here we go. You come and talk to a tramp for the education, obviously. Here we go. Finagle's Law, fully named Finagle's Law of Dynamic Negatives, states that anything that can go wrong will at the worst possible moment. Well, that's pretty much Sod's Law. If Murphy was an optimist, Finagle was a pessimist. The law argues that the universe is not just indifferent, but actively malicious. Hackers and scientists often use a popular variant. The perversity of the universe tends towards a maximum. Variance of variance of variance. Term was first coined by John W. Campbell. I knew a John Campbell. He ran the Morecambe Pier. And then there's, isn't he John Campbell as well, the doctor that brought us through COVID. He started off on the side of the government and slowly turned and turned and turned. Dr. John Campbell, folks, follow him online. Popularised by John Campbell, the influential editor of astounding science fiction in his editorials spanning the 40s to 60s. Sci-fi author Larry Niven made it famous in his known space book series. Okay, so it's got a strong, and then there's a Star Trek nod. The phrase entered broader pop culture television in 67 Star Trek episode Amok Time or Amok Time. Captain Quirk? Anyone? Do you remember Captain Quirk? James T. Quirk. Captain Quirk quotes Finagle's law to Spock when the mission route gets disrupted. Oh god, and then there's a big old treatise on the four sub-laws of Finagle. If an experiment works, something has gone wrong. It's getting brighter, I swear. Oh, we are past peak. I've missed it. No, 2040. When was peak? Hold on. I've got to go back to my own notes now. 35. So yeah, it is getting brighter again, folks. We are past peak. I missed it by about 8 minutes. I was too busy nattering to myself. Let me show you. You can see it in the sky around me. Whoops. You can see it's distinctly brighter now than it was. There's a kind of a sunset feel to it as well. Almost an indigo. Oh, you can't. Well, you get a green. On the screen, there's a green. In real life, I've got a brightness and a kind of a lilac or indigo. You get green. Oh, it's like, yeah, over there, that looks green. You see, it is getting brighter though, it's light again now. But look, there's no fucking cloud that way. It's almost a clear blue fucking... all around, almost clear blue fucking sky. Except for the one direction. And we wanted to go, that looks green, that's weird. I don't know how that works with the colouring. And every time I try and zoom in or out, I end up controlling the chat. Okay. So it got dark, it got light again. Whoa, what's that? Oh, fuck, really? Oh, you bitch. It's my beer. It was my beer. Oh, now look, I've got a drink out of that. With all that soil on there. Hey, a bit of earth never hurt anybody. It's got minerals. I lost some beer, I gained some minerals. It's getting light again, folks. And just in time to go dark again because it's sunset in 20 minutes. There it goes, there it was. I twatted and twittered through it, I do apologise. I lost track of the time. It was a thing. I don't think it was that great a thing. I thought it would have got darker, to be honest. At 98% totality. I guess it would have been nice to have been in the path of totality. I'd have been pissed off if I was close and had to make like a 10-mile journey because I couldn't get there. Time was we could have walked 10 miles easily and back. Hey Tina darling, there was a time when we could have walked. But fortunately, we were further away than that, where I don't know the distance. We're a 15-minute drive away from Alicante, which is in the path of totality. But I haven't got a car, and we're not in a position to be doing 50-minute drives. I guess I could have asked this man, but he's probably got his own plans. I don't know. Too late now anyway, it's been and gone. Reeves was indeed the best Superman, Tara, we agree on that. Eduardo Farcado, or Farcado, cuts man's ears, makes him eat it in Django. That's nice. John Wayne is a legend, he certainly was. Timony, hello mate, I'm sorry, I'm behind in chat. Only 17 minutes behind. Apparently the eclipse just happened here in Bridlington, I didn't notice. Yeah, did you say you were on like 90% or 92 or something? We were on 98 and we had clouds as well, but it just felt like a storm cloud. It just got as dark as it does when you have thunder and lightning. Oh, my phone is bitching that I've left the cable unplugged and it's got no power. Now it's back. I am on 5% power on the phone. Tablet is on 66. EcoFlow is on 59. Really struggling for power today. It has happened with me now. Yeah, it happened about 8 minutes ago, and then I twatted around and talked on and talked through it. Probably. Sorry, folks. Thumbs up if you haven't already for the twattering idiot who... I saw it, it got dark, and I showed people it, and then it got light again, and now it's going to get dark again in a quarter of an hour. And would you believe it, the clouds are like disappearing. It's ridiculous. The clouds came just because there was a fucking eclipse, only to the west. Fucking ridiculous. Black and white movie Superman, don't like Reeves. So you like George, he was Reeves as well, wasn't he? He was another Reeve, or they were, I think it was a TV series. I don't know about black and white movie, but the black and white TV series, didn't he swallow a shotgun? Are you allowed to say, you might not be allowed to say that on YouTube. That was another George Reeve or George Reeves, Shreeves maybe. I think he swallowed a shotgun. Or died trying. Can you say that? Probably not. You know, I only just opened that beer. I'm gonna have to go get another one after knocking it on the floor. What's wrong, babe? What are we barking at? I don't see anyone or anything. Is it a bus? There might be a bus around. Keep an eye out for buses. You've got to attack them when you see them. She never did like buses, and I don't understand it. I'm going to put it down to early trauma in the months before I got her. Fantastic imagery. What, for me? I doubt it. The cicadas go quiet about 5 minutes. I don't know if it's 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after the sun goes down, and then the crickets start. So through the day it's cicadas, in the evening it's crickets. And if you get a cicada really close, man, they are loud. Just one of them is like a pick a power tool, an angle grinder maybe. That just one on it, just one, and it's continuous. It just does not stop. So they thought it was night. Now they think it's morning, even though it's only minutes. And then in a quarter of an hour, it's going to be night again. You all right, babe? You're cleaning your feet. Okay. That's okay. Big cuddles from Dad. You know. That's my girl. Okay. Got loads of Django films. Most English titles are not Django, only German. Blooming typical, ain't it? It is. Have the birds gone to roost? I during that period when it got dark, I didn't see any birds in the sky. I've just seen one fly over somewhere. I don't know where it went. But so the birds are back out, or at least that one is. Yeah, they did all disappear. It's not like I had like lines of parrots on the power lines, which you get sometimes. Parrots are one of the biggest birds, not biggest birds, but the most frequent birds you see around here. You get the swallows and swifts coming after the flies. I haven't really seen much in the way of that recently. But I did manage to establish in the end that when they are swooping around, it is a mixture of swallows and swifts. I kept asking, which is this? Which is this? You know, what are these birds? Are they swallows? Are they swifts? Or are they house martins? And I did manage to establish it's a mixture, una mezcla of swifts and swallows. The swifts have the most forked tails and the thinner wings. So when you look at them, look at the profile of them, they look like an anchor. That's the swifts. The swallows have a thicker wing in a kind of a D shape, a lot like a Spitfire. Much more Spitfire-esque in shape. So that's the swallows. The swifts fly slightly higher. They do swoop down, but in general they're higher. That's the swifts, and the swallows are lower. It's the swallows that will fly within a metre of my head, and I feel like I could reach out and grab the little bugger. Swallows and swifts, folks. There's a lesson in identification. I think this is friends going past. I'll put my hand out and try and wave. They might not see me because of the brawling. Oh yeah, I got a wave. Flying visit from Andy's computer tube. How's the Eclipse? Been and gone apparently. I talked through it. If you thought the sun had gone behind a cloud, oh, it's jumped back. I had my head torch ready and everything. Yeah, when you hear that like 90 something% of the sun's going to be gone, you think it's going to get dark. And I guess that 2% that's left is enough. It was just like, oh God. What am I going to do about chat? It's annoying the shit out of me. Had my head torch ready, okay. Yeah, it was like the sun had gone behind a thundercloud. It got darker, but not as dark as I thought it would have been. Given 98% obscurity or 98% of totality, even that 2% is mighty powerful. Can it be possible it's a false alarm? No, it was what it was. 98 we had here. It was a thing. The eclipse, everybody. Mallorca's apparently in the path. Mallorca, possibly. Alicante was, which is only 15 minutes that way to drive. 98, yeah. It had a go. Yeah, it tried. Queen's University website, Northern Ireland will experience a high coverage partial solar eclipse Wednesday the 12th. Maximum eclipse around 93% of the sun obscured. Okay, 6:10 p.m. so 7:10. I think that's about. Feels like that's not much different to us. Tara didn't really notice it. No, like I said, we were 98%, and it was noticeable. but it's surprising that 2% keeps it as light as it does. Yeah, it's interesting. Not really noticed anything. Swallows, says Tim Timony. A mixture of swallows and swifts. Disappointed with the eclipse, David. Just a little bit south of me, aren't you? Yeah, like it got darker, but no darker than a particularly thick dark cloud. I mean, it was interesting how all the clouds suddenly appeared to the bloody west. Suddenly it was cloudy as fuck on the horizon to the west. Clear blue sky overhead, all around 290 degrees. Clear blue sky. 45 degrees either side of where you want to look. Just thick cloud. It would be difficult to tell the difference between thick cloud and an eclipse when it's not totality. If that was 98%, a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. I kind of saw it get dark. I thought it was going to get darker, so I prattled on. Suddenly I realised it was getting lighter and I kind of missed it. I was here looking at it, but I guess I'll have to cut some video clips from 5 minutes before, 10 minutes before, 10 minutes before, 5 minutes before, at the time of maximum, 5 and 10 minutes after, and just see if we can work out some kind of difference. There's a kind of a nice sunset going on. I've just plugged back in, haven't I? Now I'm gonna use the wire to knock everything over again. Give us a second. It doesn't show up on the... Now earlier, I had greens and lilacs and stuff showing up and happening on the phone. Now that there are pinks, you can hardly see the bloody things. Believe it or not, there's a nice kind of sunset going on over there. I got to put the focus back on the picture. Yeah, no, the phone's understating the pinks and overstating. There's a line of cloud that's underlit, that's nice and bright. The camera's turning it bright yellow, whereas it's actually a nice orangey pink, and then the rest of the sky's pink. It just isn't here. I thought they were coming for me. I don't know, folks. Oh, after all the build-up, what do we think? A little bit underwhelming. If you're not in the path of totality, you could miss it, couldn't you? My ear is really fucking playing me up. I don't know what to do about it. It's like I've been swimming. I've got swimmer's ear, but without going in the water. I've tried pinching my nose and sucking, pinching my nose and blowing. Nothing's getting it. See this can? I only just opened it a little while ago. And then I knocked it on the floor and lost 3/4 of it. A little bit annoying. And my beers are not caught. I'm actually going to go and get the other EcoFlow. I'm going to plug it into the fridge, turn the fridge on. I'll have to get one now. But my next one after that, planning ahead, should at least be cooler, yeah? Let me go and do that now, folks. Stick with me. Thumbs up if you haven't. I will be back in about a minute and a half. It's not far, it is just over the field. I will probably drag a solar panel back with me while I do it. Sorry about the moobs and the man flesh. Okay. Hello, chicken. Hello, you. Do you need to move? Are you alright where you are? I can move you if you want. Where do you want to be? Oh, I'll tell you what needs to move, folks. Just give me a second. I'm going to move the parasol. Well, I'm going to move the big concrete fucking block, which happens to have a parasol in it. Ouch! Ouch! Fucking ouch! Ow! Alright. And which way around do we want to be? This way around. Ish. Esk. Oh, chicken. Don't panic. Shush your daddy. Oh! Alright, folks. How many? Oh, everyone left. Thanks for that. Or have we had an outage and the count has lost track? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. My beer is tepid. It's not even cool. I've just turned the fridge on. It's reading 17 degrees. Now that's the air temperature at the point where the sensor is. It's not the temperature of the food and drink and whatever inside. This I would put at 7 or 8 degrees maybe. Best I can tell. Which is alright for now. But in an hour when I'm still on the same can, probably not so great. 9 o'clock now. What time did I start? 6:30. That's 2.5 hours, yeah? A little after. The counter on screen says 1 hour 40, but that's because we kept getting cut off and had to restart. Scrolling, disappointed with the Eclipse of David, yeah. Tim Timony and Swift's mate. Hold on. Yeah, Swift and the other one, Swift and Swallows. Yeah, it was definitely. When I've done, if you watch past videos, I have a nature. I think it's called Torrevieja Nature playlist. Listed in the description. If you go to the description, you go at the bottom of the description. So you got to expand and expand and expand. Expand you click on the title, you get the description, you click to expand, you might have to expand it again, go to the bottom, and there's a playlist called something like Torrevieja Nature, and I've got hours of the birds swooping around here one year. It was a bad year for the flies until we had tons of these birds. They were swooping past my head, and I couldn't move. I didn't know where to go, this way and follow that one, or go that way and follow that. I tried to follow that one and it was too fast. It wasn't this phone either for some of them, so it's an older phone, less good camera, and a donkey that doesn't know how to. I've got an umbrella on my head, and a donkey who doesn't know how to follow a bird in the sky. But yeah, no, they were good. UK Rich, you've been lurking since the start, but working from home at the same time. Yours is the best Eclipse stream I've watched this year by far. You're a funny bugger. I've enjoyed the stream anyway. New subscriber. Jasper got a new subscriber and YouTube deleted their comment. That's no good. Billy Joe, hello, hello. Where's Mad Mike, the former middleweight champ of the world? Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I think I was more light heavyweight actually, but I was a fatty. No, not a fatty, but I was heavy. I used to weigh 17 stone. Convert that, because I can't do. And they changed the weight limits and things. Once upon a time, 17 stone got you into the heavyweight category, I believe. But they moved the numbers. But yeah, no. And I'm not mad. I'm always very. I'm still here, your loyal chatter. Tara's still here, David. It was darker the other day when we had storm in the afternoon. Was it 2 days ago? Thunder and lightning for about 2 hours. And my roof is off. I don't have a roof on the tent. I took the gamble and I won. It rained, it like spat, pitter-pattered for like 20 minutes. I pulled a waterproof blanket over myself just in case. I think we had 3 drops hit the blanket between me and Tina. I got a little bit scared when at one point the weather forecast updated and said in the next hour there will be 8 point something millimeters of rain. If that had happened, we would have been fucking drenched, if you pardon the phraseology. Like a centimetre of rain. 1 millimetre is a litre of water per square metre. Once you start getting multiple millimeters of rain per square metre, you're going to get wet. And if you haven't got a roof on your tent, and if you've been too lazy or too depressed to put your tarps over the tent, yeah, I guess. Did I tell you I got another mouse? I don't know if I mentioned it. We caught another mouse today. Didn't kill it this time though. But I think it got both its back legs. And I saw there was something there. I just casually, I didn't hear the clank or whatever, but I was milling about and I just went to, and I saw that the mouse trap had been triggered and moved. It kind of bounces around. It goes off with such impact. It moves. I picked it up and I look at and then it fucking moves. Oh shit. Kind of heartbreaking. I don't want them to die. I just want them to leave me alone. Give me a second, I've got to do something about this fucking... I've got to do something here, because that's going to kill me. I don't want to watch the video back when me have an umbrella. Look, let me show you this. Again, that wasn't even me misclicking. That was YouTube misinterpreting my click. I'm trying to show you the sunset over there. It's gorgeous, and my phone is so downplaying it. It's unreal. That is vivid bright orange or pink. One or the other. My phone, I hope maybe it's just the way it's shown on my screen. I hope you're seeing a truer image than I am on my screen. That image is fantastic. It's beautiful. I wonder if I can click one of these like lighting buttons or whatever. What do these do? Relight on. No, that's no good. That's shit, in fact. Is that all it does? I don't even know what that did. Can you see anything? Can you tell what it is yet? That is gloriously, stupendously pink. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you down there. Oh, you get all the moobs and the man flesh. I'm going to take a picture with the with a tablet and see if it gets any better. Nope. That's diabolical. What about if I go for a different mode? Like night. No. Oh, I don't know, folks. Sorry for inflicting the man flesh on you. Is that mouse poo on my chopping board? I fucking hope not. I don't think so. I think it's a dead insect, which is probably just as bad. Give me a second. I'm coming back to you. Still got ears on, but I've company over too. Okay, Andy, no problem. They said they were locking down parts of Mallorca for it. Oh, Torrevieja had this big... They went to step 3 of their emergency protocol to avoid certain parts of town that had a good vantage point. There's a couple of parks and some official building. They wanted people to park out of town and bus, park and ride kind of thing. And they have this emergency protocol that had been enacted. It's part of their planning for when they try and evacuate the city or whatever. But you're like, guys, it's not that big a deal. Like this big group that gathered over on the east cliff, looking in totally the wrong direction with a bunch of trees. They're the wrong side of a forest. Well, a wood. And like we've all said, it was particularly underwhelming in the end. I thought at 98% totality, I thought that would be quite dark. It was dull, but it's been duller, when it rains. Who knows, what do you do? 17 stone is still heavyweight. Yeah, you see, I was a little bit, I was tubby. I thought it was light, I think I was light heavy at the time. I might not have been quite, I don't know. I don't know where the border is, I don't remember the numbers. And then they started measuring in kilograms. And I know my weight now. Well, no, I don't. let me backstep from that. I knew my weight before I became homeless. I was 103. I would be 99 kilograms 11 months of the year, 10 months of the year, and then Christmas would happen. And I always like to feast at Christmas. I eat lots of chocolate, lots of meat. I drink, excess amounts of alcohol. I party at Christmas, basically. Even in an apartment on my own during COVID or whatever. Yeah, in my apartment, my last apartment, when I was there, that was during COVID, wasn't it? 2021, 2022, yeah, 2021. The Christmas at the end of 2021. I had them deliver me 36 1-litre bottles of whatever beer it was. The cheap one from, was it Mercadona? So that'd make it Suave, that would make it Steinberg. The 1-litre glass bottles, 36 of them. And a few crates of beer, a few crates of cans. And, a couple of bottles of Baileys. It's Christmas. And for me, Christmas is basically 2 weeks. From the day before Christmas Eve, when I start cooking my turkey, or doing my kitchen preps, since I've moved to Europe. So for me, I have a big meal Christmas Eve. So I have to start cooking it and prepping it the day before. Christmas Eve, and again Christmas Day, 25th, the British traditional day, and then you've got Boxing Day and all the rest. So you've got like 2 days before Christmas, and then you've got the 12 days of Christmas. And I do it from beginning to end, and I get very sad at the end when 12th night comes. Now in Spain, 12th night is Christmas. They do a thing on Christmas Eve, sort of don't bother Christmas Day, but January the 6th, Three Kings Night, I think I call it Three Kings Night, or Day. That's their biggie. That's when they used to give the kids the presents. And then the kids go back to school the day after, which is the most perverse fucking thing I've ever heard. You get your Christmas toys, your Christmas presents, and the next day you're back at school. Depending on how the days of the week fall and all of that. So they have moved more towards like the British or other Western European tradition in recent decades, I guess. They've watered down their traditions, and the kids get presents on December the 20th. I think they give them on the 24th after they have their big meal. Play with them 25th, and then they get some kind of second set of smaller scale presents on Three Kings Day. But there'll be parades and stuff through town, and fireworks and shit. Tina hates it. Still got ears on, but I've company over. You weathered the storm, Mike. I always weather the storm. You will have to outwit the mice. I think if we kill a couple more, they'll all be gone. I don't think it's been the big infestation that we've had previously. I had them running amok for 3 months. I don't remember if it's a year ago or 2 years ago. And I didn't have the traps. And then, I got it now, Adam and Mel brought me the traps. Not to be confused with Andy and Mel, who was someone else that I talked with. And this is where I had the brain fart the other day and couldn't separate it. I almost did it again here. The two names, they're too close together. Adam and Mel and Andy and Mel, two separate couples. And they brought me the mouse traps. I think they got them from Temu. And it was an immediate decimation. The things had been running wild and pissing me off for 3 months. And within a week, I mean, the first night we got 6. And from then on, it was 1 or 2 a day for the next week. And then they were gone. And then I've been left alone however long it is. And I found out not yesterday. When did I do the last stream? Oh, it was yesterday. Yeah, was it yesterday then? Or was I telling you about a previous day? I looked at one of the traps that had been set ages ago and put in a kind of place that was difficult for me to get to and difficult to reach. And I looked and it had been triggered, and when I picked it up, there was basically a skeleton and a head, and everything else had gone. It had all rotted away. That's how long ago that trap had been sprung. And I just took it out. I threw the mouse away to put the trap. I just clinked it, put it back in the right place. No bait. I've not even got around to baiting these traps. I've got 3 traps set. 2 of them have caught things. One of them's on a reel. It probably wouldn't trigger even if it was stood on, because it's on a soft. It's got detritus under it. But yeah, I don't know. What do you do, folks, when your tent's got mice running around? I told you that one day, in fact twice, this mouse, he grabbed hold of a pan, which is my eating bowl. He grabbed hold of it from the outside, peered over it, and I, out the corner of my eye, I saw a movement, and I turned and I looked at him. Quite a cute little chap. I wouldn't actually be wishing him dead. If he wasn't inside my fucking tent and about to hop into my main food fucking eating utensil, my pan. It's okay, Tina. Tina's okay. I didn't know you were so near a noisy road, Mike. This is one of the busiest roads in Torrevieja, believe it or not. This is the seafront. It bends about 500 metres down there. It is the seafront, and it just bends inland a bit, and I'm on the scrubland between the road and the coast, and the cliff tops. Little track comes down here, which is quite busy for a little track, but that's because there's houses at the bottom. But yeah, no, there's a lot of traffic here. Well, quite a fair bit. What's he called? Alfredo Nobel. Avenida Alfredo Nobel. They can't make up their mind whether he's Alfred Nobel or Alfredo Nobel. It changes as you move along the road according to the signage, but you know. Can you see the pink and bits of yellow? I could. They've gone now. I could see them, but the phone couldn't. Shepherd's Delight. Yeah, maybe. We do get some beautiful sunrises sometimes. You don't often get a good sunset. Like I lived most of my adult life in Morecambe, and they call them $1 million. If you search for Morecambe sunsets, Morecambe, Morecambe sunsets. In summer, I would say that at least 3 days a week, maybe 4 or 5, you get fantastic sunsets. Most days a week is my memory. Here, I guess because it's clearer skies. Look at that now, there's very little in the way of cloud now. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, Morecambe sunsets far more frequently, far more vibrant, vivid. I'm just getting my lamps ready. Soon I'll have to turn the lanterns on. This ear, God. It's a good job that my hearing being bad doesn't distort your audio, because you would not have enjoyed this live stream. Where am I for time, folks? Now it tells me I've only been online for 1 hour and 10. Okay, we've maybe got another hour, just over another hour. Assuming that Scruff Dog does his thing at 10:35 my time, 9:35 UK, that'll be the time I will hand off, and encourage you to consider going over there. Whether you know him or not, just give him a go. Let me just scroll. Typical humans blowing everything out of proportion. I guess. Well, the media in particular, isn't it? Oh, it's going to be the most. Oh, it's marvellous. It's an eclipse. It's this, it's that, it's the other. I just saw Robert. Here's one. Sad what happened to Ruth Ellis, but would you be in favour of the death penalty? Ruth Ellis, the last woman hanged in Britain. Why is it sad? Was it did it turn out to be a miscarriage? I haven't heard about it being if it's not a miscarriage, I've got no problem with it. If them's the rules, if the rules is you kill someone, you get hanged by the, and it's hanged, not hung. When it's a person, it's hanged. When it's a picture on the wall, it's hung. Sad about Timothy Evans in the film 10 Rillington Place. 10 Rillington Place, wasn't that the acid bath thing? If I'm remembering right, I don't know what's sad, unless he was the victim that got acid bathed. I would be pro death penalty where we know absolutely 100% they done it. Hindley and Brady, Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe. Where there's no... My problem is I don't trust the legal system. I don't trust the police. I don't trust the prosecution. And I don't trust the court-appointed defendant, what are they called? The public defenders. We have adopted, apparently. They didn't used to be called that, but we have now adopted the American terminology. I don't trust the system. Too many people just want to shuffle you through the system and not actually defend you, not actually give you your proper rights. The case in point, the guy with the baseball bat. Let me turn this, give us a second. I'm going to turn this light on. Okay, top, middle, bottom. That should be better than nothing. I'll also reach back here. Have you... Oh, I lost one of my batteries earlier. I had to dig out a backup. No, you haven't. Okay. Where was I? Legal system. Guy with the baseball bat. When you are arrested, the police take you to the police station, and the man that they go to, so they take you, I mean, they do all the searching and all of that, but they have to go, and the man who arrested you has to explain to a man who's called the custody sergeant, has to explain what you did and why it's against the law. And that man's job is to assess whether that sounds like you broke a law. The guy arrested for carrying a baseball bat, and he was carrying it, just in case you weren't here earlier, he was carrying it because he just bought it in a fucking sports shop, and he just walked out of the shop with it. He was like 10 yards out of the shop. That custody sergeant is supposed to be on your side. He has to assess and decide, has the law been broken? He is like one of the steps of, he's one of the checks and balances. He has to assess, does this sound like a law was broken? That guy that got kind of maced and arrested and what have you the other day, 10 or 12 cops involved in the end, because they'd got nothing better to fucking do. No burglaries in the area or anything. Or rapes. That custody sergeant put that man in the cells for a non-crime. That custody sergeant, as well as the cop that did the arrest and some of the others that came fucking wailing in, pushing members of the public around for no reason, they should be sacked. The cop that did the arrest and the custody sergeant. That custody sergeant was supposed to say, hold on, he bought something in the shop. It's still in its wrapping. He's got the receipt. That's not a crime. And then he should have let him go there and then. That's his job. That's his role. He's part of the checks and balances. The legal system far too often just backs up. Silly little copper jumped the gun, didn't even stop and ask the guy, didn't investigate, just grabbed him from behind and started fucking assaulting him. And when he couldn't win the assault, started macing him or pepper spraying or whatever it's called. And then he gets him to the police station and the custody sergeant puts him in the cells for 10 hours, maybe 8. And lets him go in the middle of the night, 10, 11 o'clock at night. Guy might not even know where he is, depending on where the police station is. They just let you go. They open the door and say, off you go. Well, where am I? How do I get home? If a system's so fucked up it can't handle a guy buying a baseball bat, can it handle death sentences? So, do these people deserve a death sentence? Yes. Do we have a system that is secure enough to handle that responsibility? Do we have public defenders that aren't just pushing you through the conveyor belt, pushing you along the conveyor belt towards whatever sentencing you get? Can a custody sergeant decide whether it's a crime or not and release you when he should? Can a prosecutor look at it and say, no crime, let him go? Too many instances where they don't. So I'm torn on the issue, as you can tell. Yes, in favour of death sentences where it's absolutely obvious they'd done it. But if we did have a death sentence, they'd argue more that it wasn't them. They'd come up with more and more ideas of how it could be that it's not them. It's complicated, isn't it? I don't know about why you think it's sad what happened to Ruth Ellis. As far as I know, she did the deed and swings for it. Timothy Evans, I don't know the name. 10 Rillington Place, I think, was an acid bath murder. Crippen? Maybe? Don't know. I'm going off memory. You sound like a conspiracy nut to me. How? Clarify. You sound like a conspiracy nutter. I'm in favour of the death penalty, but I don't believe in our judicial system's efficacy or efficiency or effectiveness. Conspiracy nut. That's interesting. Interesting take. I'd like some clarification on what part of it makes me sound like a nutter. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's inefficiency, ineffectiveness. I think it's people who don't fulfill their obligations, like the custody sergeant who didn't say to the copper who did the arrest, that's not an arrestable offence. Guy bought a baseball bat. It's still in its wrapping. He's got the receipt in his pocket. He offered to show it you. Even while you were grabbing him and pepper spraying him, he didn't wield the baseball bat at the copper once. Even under extreme duress, he didn't wield the... There was a man shouting, defend yourself, defend yourself. He didn't. And that custody sergeant still locked that guy up for 10 hours. 8 hours, whatever the fuck it was. In what way am I a nutter? Talk to me, Sammy. I don't believe it's a conspiracy. I think it's a catalogue of ineptitude along the conveyor belt that is the legal system. Ask yourself, public defenders, what proportion, what percentage of people do they get off? How many do they get? If you go to Crown Court, over 50% are found not. If you take your case to a jury trial, over 50% of the time you get off. You go to magistrate's court, what percentage get off? It's less than 10. It's nothing. Why is that? Why just going for a proper trial get you more chance of getting off? And how much does it cost you to go for that proper trial? Why are public defenders in magistrates' courts so inept? Because they're getting paid so little, they don't care, they're just taking the money, I'll just fill in the forms and we'll just push them along the conveyor. It's not a conspiracy, it's just ineptitude at every level. In my humble opinion, the justice system is corrupt, everyone knows it, especially the courts of first instance in any country. There are so many crimes and they don't want to pay for proper real trials, and so it's just it's a rubber stamping. I'll give you an example. Shall I? Yeah, I'll give you my example. My first conviction in Spain. Walking home from a bar one night, there's a gate into my apartment block, my, what's the word? Can't remember the word. They have a word. Urbanisation. And the last house, as I'm turning around, it has got this really high wall. And this fucking dog, leaps out. This dog's head appears out of the railings, just, by my head. So I shout, fuck off, get the fuck. And I take a couple of steps back and I shout at the house. And then these two guys that are already inside the house, fully dressed, come out, suited and booted, and grab me and start clobbering me. And when the police arrive, I'm the one they decide to do. And when I'm in court a week later, one night in the cells, released, we'll give you a date to come back. I come back to court a week later. The first words out of the judge's mouth, it wasn't, on the night of such and such, it is accused that you did this, that, or that. He just said, so, are you going to pay for the gate? And I went, what gate? What are you on about? What the fuck? What gate? Oh, don't you remember? Were you so drunk you don't remember? I'm like, I remember everything. I just don't know what I just don't know what you're talking about. And so we had to go, what kind of court is that? They didn't read out any charges. They didn't state any facts. First words out of his mouth, so are you going to pay for the gate? Turns out these guys had a broken gate and they wanted some patsy to fucking pay for it. I didn't even get a solicitor appointed. I had a translator. And all she would translate is things that were said directly to me, and then she would translate back, badly, it turns out, to the judge. I said that I'd been assaulted, and the prosecutor turned around and said, what did he say? And I went, I was lost. She mistook insulted for assaulted. Shit like that. But the first words out of the judge's mouth, he'd already decided I was guilty, and he said, are you going to pay for the gate? What am I charged with? What is this? What kind of kangaroo fucking court are we running? This dog's head appeared, he snapped at me like a big, I don't know, German shepherd or whatever, maybe a boxer, some big fuck off dog, at head height from above this big wall. And I'm not allowed to shout. Fuck off. No lawyer even appointed, just a translator. And when they're interviewing the other guy, I don't get a translation of what he's saying. When they're interviewing the witness, who's actually the fucking assailant, but let's not mince words, I don't get a translation of that. I only get a translation of questions to me and my answers back to the judge. How corrupt is that? They know you don't speak the language and they hold the whole trial in a language you don't understand, and you get a translator who only translates direct questions to you and from you. The other guy gives his evidence and they ask me, do you want to ask anything? Well, ask what? I've got no idea what the cunt said. What kind of fucking justice is that? Courts of first instance are a joke in most Western civilizations. The law is the law. The law is a funny word game, and if you can bend the meaning of words, you can twist it and win. The law is an ass. Mr. Bumble said so in Pickwick Papers, probably. Got to find out now. Let's just find out. That's me trying to take a photograph. Pickwick. I'm going to go. Hold on. I'm just going to type "the law is an ass." Quote. It's not really a quote because it's a fictional character. An ass with a double S. Charles Dickens. Oh, it's Oliver Twist. What? Oh, it was Mr. Bumble. I got that part right. It was Oliver Twist. Was it really? A character named Mr. Bumble is told he is legally responsible for the actions of his wife. He replies, if the law supposes that, the law is an ass. And then it says, a idiot, which Dickens would have never written, a idiot. If a word follows a and starts with a vowel, then it needs to be an, not a. An idiot. Dickens did not invent it first. A similar line appears in a 1654 play called Revenge for Honour by George Chapman. Donkey comparison. The word ass here is an old word for a donkey. Isn't it distinct? It's not an old word for a donkey, it's a distinct beast, isn't it? Like a mule or a... isn't it? Donkeys have a reputation for being stubborn and slow. Well, that would be like the law. People use the phrase when a strict rule creates a silly or unfair result. It points out that a legal system needs to be fixed. Yeah. I won't disagree. What? Have I not silenced that? Yeah. I accidentally, I was trying to scroll and I clicked something. Where am I? I was trying to just check what that alert was. Oh, it was tomorrow's weather forecast. Hold on. Alright, nothing to... I was going to check whether I have put, what's it called? Do not disturb mode on. Oh, it was on already. I never took it off a few days ago, which is why I've missed messages from people. If I'm on the tablet and the phone's charging, and if I've left the phone on do not disturb mode and someone texts or WhatsApps me, WhatsApp in particular, because that one you can't install on two devices at once, or you can't run it on two devices at once. So if I'm on the tablet, the majority of time, excuse me, someone sends a message, normally the phone would blink, and if the phone blinks and the tablet doesn't, I know to go look. But when it's WhatsApp, like I say, WhatsApp in particular, it would have blinked, but it's in do not disturb mode. I have no idea. It's only on the one device, because it can only work on one device. It's fucking annoying as hell. But I'll leave it installed mainly on the phone in case I am ever out and about. Let's say I get arrested or something. I might want to have WhatsApp available. Like when I had the shock earlier today when the cops came down the street, down this track. The law is the law. Zami is a, what would you say, a legal fundamentalist? I believe the law is flawed. It's man-made, will always be flawed. The word, they argue, if you watch these cases where they turn things into a word game, it was the law in California that decided a bee is a fucking fish. That was a law. A bee is a fish. Look it up. California law says a bee is a fish. Because they argued about the definition of fish, and they argued it to include invertebrates somehow. And bees don't have a spine, and therefore now they're in the same class as fish. Fuck. You couldn't make it up. I tried. Corrupted law in favour of the judges who want a big fat paycheck. They don't care about justice. I think some do, but some... I look at the American system a lot, where judges are elected, and this is the mixing of politics and judiciary. It's the most bizarre thing. You want to be elected as a judge, so you say, I'm going to be tough on crime, and then you get elected, and now you've got to be over the top with your sentencing. Because that's how you got elected, and you want to stay elected the next time around. That's a perversion of the justice system. Now in England, I think it's similar, but there's no voting. But I think, on balance, judges have to be right-leaning. The Tories win far more elections than Labour overall. And so if you want to be in favour with the powers that be and get your knighthood or your lordship, your peerage, give it its proper term, then you have to be a part of the old boys club. Maybe you've gone to Eton or some of the other top tier schools. I think we've made people leave talking about law and courts, possibly. Possibly. Maybe I sound like some kind of right-wing fascist extremist. Alright, we've got about 45 minutes before we hand over to Scruff. I've got about 15 minutes before I find out whether he's even going live. Let's, I think maybe it was a glitch in the counter. It just jumped back up a bit and then back down. I don't know. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't. It is a tramp in a field. We did kind of observe the eclipse. It was a little bit disappointing, considering that in this location it was meant to be 98% 98% of totality. It stayed quite bright, considering. About the same level of dullness as a rain, not even a rainstorm, but just as a rain, as the downpour. It got a bit dark for a little bit, and then it started to get light. And it turned out I'd twatted on right the way through it. Who knew? What can you do? I have this, it turns out, for the shy, quiet guy who sat in the corner of the pub and didn't bother anybody. It turns out, and who'd never liked being on cameras, and there are very few photos of me in general in life until I start this whole YouTubery. I guess I experimented a little bit with Facebook when I first moved out here. But for that shy, quiet guy who sat in the corner, a bit studious, reading the Times in the pub, or reading a book, it turns out I'm quite talkative. I had no idea. I didn't know I could sit and talk to a camera, you know, talk to a phone for 4, 5, 6 hours some days. Sometimes I did 10, in fact, I did 10 and then carried on. To celebrate 10 years in Spain, I did a 10-hour stream and then did another hour and a half afterwards, 11 and a half hours. I only stopped then because you can't go over 12 hours. If you go over 12 hours, YouTube doesn't keep it. So I didn't want to risk not having any of the stream. I don't know if that means they don't keep the part that's after 12 hours, or if it means they don't keep any of the stream. I'm not quite sure, but I didn't want to risk it, so I didn't. What was it? Oh, it's a while since I've read a book. I've read a few. Haven't we discussed this before? I've read a few autobiographies while I've been in the field. Eric Clapton's autobiography. Rod Stewart's was particularly enthralling. That guy, he's led a life, he knows it, and he knows he's screwed it up in places. He's a lot like George Best, isn't he? Multiple Miss World contestants, other models. One he really wanted, he lost out on to Mick Jagger. I'm sure it's ghost written. I think it was ghost written, and then I think he went back through it and put it in his own voice, put it in his own words. It feels like him. The Eric Clapton one is interesting in a lot of similar ways because of the history of pop music and everything. And his son, who fell from an upstairs balcony or upstairs window. Tragic, heartbreaking. That one did just feel more ghost written. That one felt. Now maybe it was the structure of that, because it'd have a period of his life and then it would have a theme. A chapter about a theme of his life, then another chapter about the next period of his life, then a chapter about a theme of his life. Clever structure. Doesn't really feel like an autobiography. Well, I mean, it does and doesn't. In terms of literature, I don't remember the name of it, and I've looked this up 3 or 4. Every time I try to remember it, it was a fantastic book I found next to a bin. Sci-fi about a place in France where you could time travel from. And it's part of I think it's a trilogy. Oh, what's the best way to look it up? Try and describe it again. Novel, sci-fi. Whoa, not just novel, sci-fi. Place in France. Time travel back to, I think, Cretaceous, but time travel back to prehistory. War between two factions of an alien race. I don't know why I can never remember the name. War between two factions. I haven't read it in ages, to be honest. I'm kind of fully on YouTube now. War between two factions of alien race and telepathy. With telepathy. Telepathy. Or telepathy, according to some thing I was, yeah, Julian May, The Many-Coloured Land. Yeah. Okay. The Many-Coloured Land. Check it out if you're interested in sci-fi and stuff. The first volume... Oh, her. Hold on. Julian. Her. The Saga of the Pliocene Era. Pliocene, not Cretaceous. There you go. I stand corrected. Thank you, Google. A war between the Tanu and the Furvulag, who were two branches of the same race who disagree and live different. That's probably the last novel I read, I think. Can't think of any others. Apart from that, I was about to read the Alex, Manchester United manager, Alex Ferguson. I was about to read that and the book got damaged by water. I do have a couple of novels in the tent somewhere. Yeah, no, I don't know, folks. It's been a while since getting the... So if you remember, I had 4 months with no lights, no devices, no electricity, no. I didn't even have lights. I didn't even have the time. I was pulling newspapers out of bins and doing the puzzle sections just to pass time. And so when I found some books, I read them through the day, sat on the cliff tops, sat on the benches on the cliff tops. Let me just up this a little bit. I think I'm getting a little bit dark. I'm not sure this is taking a charge. That's full. That's medium. We'll go medium. Yeah, I was sitting on cliff tops and through the day, and as soon as it got dark, this was winter. 6 o'clock, 6:30 at night, it got dark, and I had nothing. Such desperate times. 6 o'clock at night until 8, half 8 the next day, till you could see again and do anything. So finding books and latching onto books, I read all sorts. I just don't remember half of it. I've read some stories in Spanish, kids' books, even in Spanish. I can, you see, despite saying that I don't speak Spanish, I can just about read a Spanish book. Because I'm not the one that has to do the conjugating of the verbs. They're already done and I just have to read them off. Help me, help you, help him, help her. I'm not the one having to formulate the conjugations. It's easier. Occasionally I'll read a sentence wrong and it gets reversed, like in the next paragraph, and I realise I've misunderstood. Okay, that's occasional, but I can read a Spanish book, or I could. I'm way out of practice now. But yeah, I read kids' books. I read one that was that was in Spanish, and it was like an outbreak. It was so this is just after COVID, yeah. But it's about a disease outbreak, and it gets into politics and all and stuff. And there's a conspiracy embroiled in there. I read one that was a murder, like a murder mystery, but with supernatural overtones with the shadow people, which was something I'd never heard of until I read this book. Now I hear about them all over the place. Not my kind of thing. I'm not a horror kind of guy. I'm more factual. So one of the first books I read once I was in this field was an American Indian or Native American, whatever word you want to use. I'll even say Red Indian. I don't think they mind that nowadays. It was an Indian architecture book about the different kinds of people think it's just wigwams and teepees, but it's not. Especially after the Europeans arrived, and I guess their architecture blossomed. But they had things like long huts, big, like a one hut for the whole village. Some tribes, some peoples. But they're the ones that gave me the idea when I was in the field, before I built my first erection, my first shelter. They're the ones that gave me an idea of taking these long branches, bending them over, so you're going to have the thick end at the bottom, and then you're going to bend them over, you're going to tie them at the top. How do you get the thick end at the bottom into the ground? You can't hammer on the narrow end at the top. So you push a spike down into the ground and you tie your branch, the thick base of your branch, to the stake that's gone in the ground. I would have thought of it eventually, but I got that directly from that book. And forming the arches and the dome, I used to be a voracious reader. I guess just not having the books available makes that stop. And I've maybe succumbed to the modern evil of social media or YouTube at least. I pass all my time, all my spare time, YouTube. Either that or downloading films and TV series and just watching them offline. I always maintain a selection of films and TV series and things for like the other day. It's only about a week ago, isn't it, that my internet ran out and my provider had not told me in advance, and so I had to go to the shop the next day. So I had a period with no internet, but I had entertainment as long as I've got electricity. Come the zombie apocalypse, I've got the TV series and I've got all of Blake 7. I've got all of the Flumps and what else? Mr. Ben. I got all of those things backed up, ready for watching, or ready for trading to other people. I've just taken a scab off my leg, and now the blood's just running down my leg. That's not what I wanted. Where are we for time, folks? It is 10 o'clock. Let me have a look. Oh no, if Scruff's going live at 22:35, sorry, it won't be there yet, will it? Hold on, someone's criticising me on I gotta go kick someone's ass. Just give me a second. Someone's telling me I spelled overrated wrong. Let me see. Oh, okay, no, he's being sarcastic. Okay. It wasn't actually. Ouch. No, I don't mean ouch, it didn't hurt. Can you see my fingers? A little bit red. Got blood running down my leg. What do I have to do now? Sit here putting pressure on it to stop the bleeding. And then I just took the scab off and I took my fingers away. Oh, that's going to be fun, isn't it? Hold on, what was I coming here for? I was coming here to check on whether Scruff Dog, he hasn't yet. In another 4 or 5 minutes, if he's going to go live at 10:30, 10:35, 10:05, you'll probably, the alert will probably pop up. I guess we lost the audience along the way. Okay, folks, that's no biggie. Who's here still? Give us a shout. Thumbs up if you haven't already. Not a red thumb though, like that one. Oh, can you see? I don't think you can see the redness. Probably for the best. Very irony. Oh, very. The fact it tastes so strong of iron probably means that my body is lacking in iron. Blood doesn't usually taste that strong of iron. That's probably a sign. Got to eat more meat. Questions, folks. Questions for a tramp sat in a field after the eclipse. All of that cloud has now gone. I don't think, like there are stars up there, but I don't think my camera is good enough to get them, to pick them out. So 270 degrees of clear horizon, and the one area we wanted to look at to the west was cloudy. And then after the eclipse has happened, the cloud breaks up over the next hour. You're right down there, babe. It's okay. Hello, you. Hello, you. I still haven't shaved the beard. The beard's coming off any day now. I'm going to get the hedge trimmers on it. Has my chat frozen? Oh, it has. Fuck, hold on. Oh, look at this. I thought people just weren't talking. Okay, the law is the law, corrupted law. I think we made people leave. What was the last book? Okay, that was the last one I saw. Have you seen Soldier Blue? Never heard of it, never mind seen it. Tara says still here. Andy says I'm back, got distracted. Tara says how's Tina doing? Can I, how much? I'm on 27%. I can unplug. She's fine. She's just sat down here trying to crawl behind my chair, I think, for some reason. Hold on, folks. Wait a minute now. Hold on, wait a minute. Who's the president? Hey, baby. Are you? Hey, you want to come and talk to the people? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't dragging you around. Why did you do that? Hey. Hey, babe. I think you were trying to stand up and you stumbled, didn't you? Front leg gave way. Your legs gave way. Hello, babe. That's always a nice cuddle, chin on hand. Yeah. Daddy loves his girl. Daddy loves his girl. I'm not dragging you about. Don't act like I am. I'm just cuddling. Hey, babe. Oh, you got a moth. Did you have a pet moth? Hello, you. Here you go. Have a look at the peoples. Come on. Say hello. You're an internet superstar. You have to talk to your audience every now and again. No? Okay, I'll leave you alone. I know you don't like the light, sweetheart. I know you don't like the light. That's it. You just relax. Daddy's talking to the peoples. Give us a second. I just have to... So I've got this little menu here, and after you've used it, it puts all the text across next to each item. And then when you want to get rid of it, it's an extra couple of clinks. Oh! Got an itch. Alright, folks. How's Tina doing? Her favourite spot seems to be just behind me for some reason. Or at least trying to get under the parasol. I'm not sure what it is. And in bed, what, 3 nights out of 4, I get the arse end and she has a head at the bottom. Or even worse, she'll lay across the fucking bed so there's no room for me and my legs. My legs want to be down there. I'm having to sleep in like a fetal position on my side with my legs tucked because there's no fucking room. Dogs. Very occasionally, maybe twice a week, maybe, if I'm lucky, I get to put her in there with her head up at my end, and I get the pretty end up by me to cuddle. Can be a little bit difficult when it's this warm. Try to cuddle with your doggy, but she hasn't got long left, so I want the cuddles. I want the memories of the cuddles. To wake up in the morning on your back, stretched out, with your arm out, and your dog with her head on your shoulder, cuddling. That's perfection. I will treasure those mornings forever. There are times when I'm bursting for a pee and I'll just lay there for an extra hour and a half. I'm not getting up. I'm not going to be the one to break this cuddle. I'm not. You. If she has somehow manoeuvred in the night, we will have gone to sleep somewhere in that kind of position, but she would have had her head not on me. But when I wake up and her head's kind of on my upper arm or shoulder, she's wriggled around in the night and come for the cuddle. That's one of the greatest moments ever. Like I said, you wake up, you're bursting, your bladder's absolutely crying out. I'm not getting up. I'm maintaining that cuddle. The odds of me going for a slash, getting back in, getting back on the bed and getting back into that position, the odds are almost zero. Vanishingly small. So no, I'm not, we're at the kind of time where I could see where the scruff dog has lined up a stream. I'll be honest, I'm not seeing one. Now last week he did one, but it didn't show up until the last minute. I think he was late getting home from work. I'm going to go till 10:30 anyway, folks. I want to, you know me, I want to hit the 4-hour mark for the post-processing and the live chat replay and all of that. If Scruff's there, I'll finish. If he's not, I'll probably finish anyway. I've done a lot of streaming lately, more than I would normally, and in the last month I've gained 3 subscribers. Do you think I should stop saying the N-word? Is that what it is? What, for every I mean, I've gained of 3 subscribers. I'm sure people are subscribing all the time, but there'll be other people that are either unsubscribing or getting unsubscribed by YouTube's algorithm. The bot detection and the lapsed accounts and the people who just never come to you sometimes get filtered out. Who knows what YouTube's reasoning is, but yeah. I currently have 3 subscribers more than I did 28 days ago. Isn't that fantastic? Getting my first 1,000 was like that. The second 1,000 is dragging on interminably. It's crazy. I think it's because I don't do the monetization thing. You'll notice no adverts. Probably notice no adverts in my videos and streams. I haven't done the monetization thing. I can't do the monetization thing because I'm not on the Spanish tax system. So yeah, that's not an option. I don't have the option of signing up for that. Not that I would have made a fortune. Most of my, like these live streams, most people watch, according to the stats, if I do a really, really good stream, people might watch for half an hour. But more typically it's 15 minutes per person. There'll be hundreds of people watching for 15 minutes each. on average. So you guys that are here for hours on end, you're building up the average. The other buggers are only here for 5 minutes or so. They come in, they say, what's this about a tramp? I still haven't done an intro, I don't think, ever. Have I done the intro? I'll do one now. Where are we for time? 22:13. 3 3/4 hours, is that? Okay. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. And my Tina Doggy darling. We are your hosts. Down and out in Torrevieja. Or down and out. A homeless guy. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Not within my hearing. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets. How does it go? Perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. Literally in a field. Fortunately nowadays in a tent in a field, although the tent doesn't have a roof currently. Is it a tent still if it doesn't have a roof? Or is it an ex-tent? A deceased tent? This tent is no more. Oh, that noise went away and now it's back. Oh, I thought we'd got rid of it there. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. About 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of Murcia. The region and the city, there's not much difference between them in terms of distance. Torrevieja, it's kind of a touristy place, but not in that rah 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 kind of way. People have holiday homes here. People come here from Madrid, Britain, Ireland, Sweden, Norway. A lot of Ukrainians and Russians nowadays, more than they used to be. In fact, they're the majority. Of the non-Spanish speakers, the Russians and Ukrainians are the top two other languages. It used to be if someone random was walking down a path, if you were just passing people at random, you were more likely to hear English than any other language because of the Brits and the Irish and even the Scandinavians. When Norwegians and Swedish speak to each other, a lot of them choose English as a common language. The older ones in particular. Some of the younger ones speak each other's languages and there's a crossover. But the older ones default to English. Nowadays, I don't know which language I'm hearing, whether it's Russian or Ukrainian, but those are those Slavic languages. Those are the ones you're more likely to hear. Scrolling, if there's anything to scroll. I got back distracted. How's Tina doing? Her favourite sport. I often forget about Scruff's Wednesday stream until notification. Yeah, I haven't seen a notification yet, but I'll go back and have another look in a minute. Very difficult to get subs. I've just started a travel channel, Tara. Really? I'm assuming this is not the address for your channel. You know you can edit them. Or is it a separate channel you've started? In days of old, people would go insane in the event of an eclipse. Yeah. I only got halfway through reading my list. I have a list of facts here, and yeah, it was about Empress chopping the heads off people who failed to predict an eclipse, and people thinking it was an omen of, like they do with Halley's Comet. It's an omen of something bad coming, and yeah. Portents in the sky, and they have a reason to. Well, certainly with comets, because a comet could be something that's coming to smash into the Earth. I mean, it has happened many times in history. Meteorites, and so a meteor is the rock that falls from the sky, usually burns up in the atmosphere, but if there's anything left over at the end, that's a meteorite that hits the Earth. And or some explode in the air, like the Tunguska one, and the one at Chelyabinsk, was it called? A few years ago in Russia. got so hot it did an air explosion, and the shock wave goes out. The first one I mentioned, Tunguska, it leveled trees for, I can't remember the number of miles, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles radius. Every tree under that blast, possibly with the exception of in the middle, there's usually like a protected zone, because the force comes down, it's the ones that get hit on the diagonal that get knocked over. But yeah, now that wasn't a densely populated area, so maybe not so many casualties. But the Treblinsk one a few years ago, some people saw it in the sky, they rushed to the windows to watch. Oh, did you see that? And then it's like lightning, isn't it? You see the lightning because speed of light, it's almost instantaneous. But then you got to wait for the thunder, the blast, the shock wave, which travels at the speed of sound, which is far slower. 1 mile, 5 seconds. So you stood, you see, oh, did you see that? And you're standing in front of a big plate glass window, and then the blast wave comes, and then you're in trouble. If you're ever in that situation, folks, something in the sky explodes, big flash, mushroom cloud, whatever, and you're behind the window. You've got 5 seconds to get out though. 5 seconds per mile. If it's 1 mile away, you've got 5 seconds. If it's half a mile, you're dead. If it's 1 mile away, you're probably still dead. But 2, 3, 4 miles, 5 seconds per mile, 3 seconds per kilometer. Same thing. Use whichever one you want. But yeah, if you see that flash, and you're waiting for the bang, and the bang might not just be sound. It might be it's going to break glass and fuck you up. If I go touring on my motorcycle, I'll drop by with some beer, Mike. You're more than welcome, Billy Joe, anytime, my friend. I heard the Spanish don't want the Brits anymore. I've heard similar things, and a lot of Brits, the British population has decreased quite significantly over here. Bars that used to focus on British no longer do. Some of them have turned to, even British-owned ones, have turned to focus on Scandis, the Swedish and the Norwegians predominantly. So they'll have quiz nights, and it's all about, Norwegian or Swedish history or music or whatever. Some have renamed away from British names and specifically gone, or Irish actually. I guess the one bar I'm thinking of was aimed, I guess, at Northern Irish, which British still isn't. Well, oh gosh, United Kingdom-ish. You can't really say British for Northern Ireland, can you? It's the United Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland. So Northern Ireland's not British, but it's within the United Kingdom. But we don't have a word for within the United Kingdom. United Kingdom-ish, UK-ish, UK-ish. We need a word, folks. We need a word. It's the same as when people realise that the United States isn't all of America, and so we start calling them USians or Usians. They're not American. If they're American, so are Canadians, so are Brazilians, so are anybody in the Americas is American. They're the United States within America. That of just means from or within. You try telling an American that America isn't the be-all and end-all of America. I watch the videos where people do. They more don't want us buying houses. That's, I mean, the anti-tourist, there's an anti-tourist movement in overcrowded places, and there's an anti-tourist movement in places with too many Airbnbs, because people are buying up the properties as investments, renting them out, and local people, Spanish people, can't afford to, you know, we're pricing the locals out of the market. Yeah. It's a separate channel, yeah. Not got a lot of content at the moment. Hope Mike doesn't mind me sharing. No, go for it. You can try, I don't know what the, I saw a setting earlier, and I made sure to check that you were allowed to post links, but I don't think links show up. I think they get filtered out. I don't know if the mods can go in and see stuff that's held, like if you're trying to share a link or a hashtag. That was a setting, and I've got that turned off. I don't filter them out, but YouTube does, and I'm not sure how to get around it. So if you just want to drop like the @ name or I don't think you'll get away with a link. It might not work, but I think I saw a whole forest flattened. The Tunguska one's particularly impressive. All these, I think they're kind of some kind of fir trees, but they're all gone. And from a helicopter view, you can see the circle. You can see them, if you're at the center of the circle, you see them in all directions. And so people being afraid of astronomical events, comets, meteors, shooting stars, whatever you want to call all of those things, eclipses, sun gods tended to be a thing, didn't they, in earlier religions? The sun was a major influence, and therefore having the sun disappear from the sky, the was it Norwegian mythos, religion that I told earlier, where the sun had one name and the moon was a wolf called Skoll. Sol is the sun and Skoll was the wolf, and it chases the sun, and if ever it catches it, you have to come out and bang pots and pans to scare the moon away, to bring the sun back out. Otherwise, perpetual darkness for all eternity, folks. That's always the fear, isn't it? If the sun disappears. If you imagine you're an agrarian society, you're growing crops, raising animals, doing whatever, but you need the crops to feed the animals, or whatever. But you're reliant on the sun. It's why we first started to track time. Is it harvest time yet? Is it time to sow the seeds? Are we going to plough the fields? Is it summer? Is it winter? Is it spring? Are we going to get lots of rain or no rain? You harvest festivals, and it's all about celebrating the seasons, celebrating time, tracking time. Stonehenge is purportedly a big sun tracker. So important to civilization, so important to life. Where am I for time? 22:26. Let's see if Scruff's, has he published anything yet? Yeah, live soon. Okay, he's eating a US military cold weather MRE. Meals ready to eat in 11 minutes. So we will hand over to Scruff. Even if you've never heard of Scruff Dog, it's a single F, SCRUFDOG. I will try and post a link if I can. Save, hide. No, okay, I gotta go into it. Alright. We're gonna notify, I'll give him a like. Going over there, folks, if you do nothing else, go over, give a like, and say raid from Delta Mike, or some similar verbiage. It's an unofficial raid. I don't have enough concurrent viewers to be really raiding, but go give them, if you've never heard of him, go give it a go. Usually Wednesdays he would be building stuff with Lego and things. Thursday used to be his MRE things, but I think he's busy with work and stuff at the minute, so he's looking to just cut back on the amount of streaming, maybe, or the amount of planning and preparation, and maybe the spending that goes into it. I'm going to copy a link here. Now we're going to go out, and I've got to find me. And I think I made the mistake of not following myself. Did I choose to have alerts on for me? I don't see me. Alright, I'll do it a different way. Here, view channel. Bear with me, folks. It's a teddy bear and she's down there. Live. I am still live for now. I will shut that idiot up. Let's have a look. So Scruff Dog is a forklift engineer. Oh, it's chat. I don't get to do multiple lines, do I? Yeah, that's a bit awkward. But we're going to hop over there in about, I think it's about 7 minutes. I'll maybe post the link again at the end. But let's have a quick. I'm probably, how far behind am I with the chat? 22:18. It is 22:29. I'm 10 or 11 minutes behind. Hopefully one day it would make a cool vid. I think it would too, says Tara. It's called not lost, just curious. Hold on. Have you spelt that right? Here we go. I thought you'd. Yeah. Okay. I was reading the first one where you missed the U typo. Lol. It's always the way, isn't it? Always the way. Okay. There's the link to Scruff. I'll check him out. DM. He's a nice bloke. Historically leans more herbalicious than beer, but I think he's trying to wean. I think he's trying to get a balance between the two, moving more towards the beer and other drinks. But these military ration pack videos, like I said, there used to be a Thursday video, like these were shorter. Yeah. Saturday night's a biggie for Scruff Dog. Saturday night he's biggie. So a lot of us here follow a guy called Big Clive. And Big Clive had to move his live streams away from YouTube because he got in trouble. So Big Clive has 1 million or more subscribers. He's an electronics genius and makes it, his main living is from the YouTube channel. And so when he got in trouble with his live stream, he said, well, I'll take that over to another platform. So we watch him over on Twitch on Saturday night, 10 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock UK and Ireland. And then Scruff Dog follows him. Clive used to do longer streams. He started in COVID and he'd do 2.5, 3 hour streams. I think it got too much for him. It got in the way of him recording his videos for his main channel. So he'd wanted to cut down to 1.5 hours. And Scruff Dog said, hey, I'll pick up the slack. You know, I'll do what you can't. Or what you don't want. And so Scruff's grown. And then at the minute, Big Clive is away at the Royal Edinburgh Tattoo working on the lights. And keeping the show running. And Scruff Dog's filling in. Big Clive can't do Saturday night. So Scruff's doing that 10 o'clock onwards. You can catch Scruff either on his YouTube channel or over on Twitch. He does both. And 10 o'clock onwards on Saturdays. Excuse me, I'm burping. No, I'm not, I'm hiccuping. Well, it's a bit of both. I guess hiccups are like that sometimes. So anyway, yeah, Scruff. But yeah, normally he'll be doing Lego or building an engine or mending something on the Wednesday streams. I think at the minute he's a little bit, I don't know whether you would say overworked, overstressed. Well, he's merged his Wednesdays and Thursdays into one, and today he's just doing the eating military ration packs. Is the main purpose of the stream tonight, by the sounds of things. We got about 3 minutes, folks. Has my chat frozen, or has everyone stopped talking? Everyone stopped talking. Well, that's okay. At least my chat didn't freeze. But go on over there, give him a like, give him, you know, give it 5, 10, 15 minutes just to try it out, and say, raid, Delta Mike, or something similarly stupid. If we can send all 9 of us over there. Thumbs up if you haven't, folks. I say that and everyone leaves. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't. Fuck yeah. Maybe you've already clicked and you've gone over at Scruff Dogs already. I mean, you can do. The link is there, it works, it takes you over, the stream is lined up and waiting. But thumbs up over here if you haven't already. And then when you get there, give him a thumbs up as well. Give the lad a boost, give the guy a boost. What have I done so far? I've done 4 hours and 3 beers, but it's only 3 beers because I dropped the second one on the bloody floor, didn't I? Oops. Well, I didn't drop it, it got knocked off by the wire. I think it was the wire. Where am I for power? Still only 30. How? What the fuck? I'm drawing 9 watts in total, and that includes the lamp. Let me unplug this. This phone is supposed to charge at 14 watts on the USB-C. Minimum 14 watts. That's drawing 3. So of the whatever number I just said before, okay, it's gone up to 11. Of the 11 watts, 3 of that is 3 and 8. I'm going to unplug again. And I don't think the phone's overheated or anything. It's cooled down. You should feel the heat of the phone through the day just because of Spanish weather and the tent. The phone is hot to the touch. In fact, sometimes it turns off because it's too hot. It hasn't made any difference. Still only 11 watts between them. This is drawing 8 watts. And that's why it's not getting anywhere. All right, folks, we're going to head on over to Scruff any minute now, aren't we? I don't think anyone's posted anything since I posted the link. Oh, hold on. Now they have. Hold on, everyone came in. Subscribe to her, not... Okay, yeah, I will as well. I'll have to do it... I think I'll have to do it tomorrow when I'm watching. Raid, you got the I and the A the wrong way around, but okay. Appreciate that. Helping each other out, gotta love it. Yeah. Right, Scruff's been a great help to me. When I was at a kind of a low end and needed money, he sent a good donation to me. So I help him, he helps me, you guys help each other, help me do the things. Keith, we're about to finish, mate, just as you get here. All courts were dissolved in 2008 under the Clearfield Doctrine. I will look it up tomorrow, my friend. For now, I would like you all to follow the link I posted some moments ago to Scruff Dog. We're all going to head on over there and say hello. We're going to finish here in the manner to which you may or may not. I actually would normally go a minute or 2 over. No. We started at 30, didn't we? We're okay. We're sorted. I'm talking gibberish. Give us a second, folks. We're going to finish in the manner to which you may or may not be accustomed. Hey, babe. Hey, baby. You're not really going to wake up, are you? Okay, folks. Here she is anyway. Hey. From Tina. Oh, there she is. Hello, you. I didn't have to say baby. I had to say Tina. Are you going to look this way? Come on. Give the people a nice look. They're here to see you, not me. Yeah. They saw we were going live and they said, hey, that's good. There she is, look. Here we go, folks. From Tina. She doesn't like the light. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. But please, let's go raid Scruff Dog. Single F. Follow the link. Catch you later.